There are moments in the vast architecture of the multiverse when destiny does not shout, it murmurs, soft as the spark before a star is born. The tournament of power, forged by divine decree and sharpened by fear of erasure, was meant to be a crucible of survival. Yet within that storm of fists, ki, and fading worlds, a quieter force stirred. Something older than Saiyan instinct, gentler than divine law, but fiercer than any transformation ever achieved. It began between two warriors whose lives had been carved by battle. Goku, whose heart beat with the innocent hunger for challenge, and Caulifla, whose fire burned with a desperate, radiant need to rise beyond her limits. They collided not as enemies, but as mirrors, each recognizing in the other a piece of the self they had lost long ago. And from that recognition, something impossible bloomed. A feeling that should have never existed in a place designed only for annihilation. A bond born in the heart of chaos. A love that defied universes. Some say the cosmos felt it, an unfamiliar tremor running through the arena, as if creation itself paused to listen. For in that instant, destiny shifted, branching into a timeline whispered only in forgotten realms. A tale of what might have been if, during the tournament of power, Goku and Caulifla's clash had awakened something far deeper than power. This is that tale. Before we step into this alternate destiny, remember to walk with us through this universe of echoes and forgotten possibilities, so our timelines may never fade into silence. The void above the tournament of power shimmered like a wound in the sky, its edges trembling with the tension of erased worlds. Every heartbeat thundered against the polished stone of the arena, echoing through a space where even gods held their breath. In that vast silence between clashing universes, two sparks drifted toward each other as if pulled by an unseen current. Goku's familiar, unguarded warmth and Caulifla's fierce, rising fire. She had felt him before she saw him, a ripple of ki bright as the morning sun and maddeningly calm amid the chaos. When she finally met his eyes across the battlefield, something inside her sharpened, then softened. An instinctive recognition, as if the universe itself whispered there. Goku grinned, not with arrogance, but with that innocent, infuriating joy that made her chest twist. It was a look that promised challenge, respect, and something else she couldn't name. She hated how it made her feel. She loved how it made her feel. Both truths tangled within her like roots burrowing into cracked earth. Their collision came like fate. Caulifla lunged first, a burst of gold tearing across the arena. Goku pivoted into her strike with effortless grace, their energies crackling when fist met arm for arm. The impact was small, almost gentle compared to the battles raging around them, but it echoed louder in Caulifla's spirit than any blow she had taken before. There was no killing intent in him, only invitation, only sincerity. It disarmed her more than any technique. "You're getting stronger," he said, breath steady, voice almost warm against the roar of destructive ki swirling around them. The compliment hit her harder than any punch. She scoffed, but her cheeks heated with something dangerously close to pride. "Just wait, old man. I'll surpass you before this is over." Goku laughed, pure, unfiltered, and in that moment, Caulifla felt a strange ache, like a door inside her had opened without warning. She struck again, harder this time, desperate to drown the feeling beneath movement. Their battle became a dance, each motion mirrored and answered, each strike shaping the unspoken language forming between them. Far above, Whis tilted his head. Their energies harmonized surprisingly well. Barris grumbled, "As long as he doesn't get distracted." But distraction was already blooming in the space between heartbeats. Goku sensed something too, a heat in her aura that wasn't just ambition, wasn't just pride. There was a longing there, raw and unpolished, a hunger to be seen beyond strength or form. It stirred something unfamiliar in him, something he had once felt as a boy standing in front of Chi-Chi at the 23rd tournament. But this was different. Not romantic, not simple, something more primal, more spiritual, a resonance, a reflection of who he had once been, wild, driven, searching. Their fight escalated, rippling with gold and blue light. Kale watched from a distance, her eyes narrowing as she felt Caulifla's ki fluctuate in ways she had never sensed before. Fear mixed with confusion. The bond forming between the two fighters was invisible to most, but Kale felt it like a tightening rope around her heart. Caulifla leapt, twisting midair, as Goku countered with a burst of God Ki that lit the ring in cerulean flame. She landed on one knee, breathless from more than exertion, staring up at him with a defiant grin. "You're holding back," she whispered, more accusation than taunt. "Maybe," he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. "I don't want to hurt you." Something brittle cracked inside her. No one had ever said that to her in battle. No one had cared enough to. Her pulse fluttered, unsteady. She forced herself to scowl, looking away before he could see the confusion tightening her throat. "Idiot! I don't need your pity." "It's not pity," Goku said softly. "It's—" A tremor tore through the platform as Jiren's silent pressure rippled across the arena. The stone beneath their feet groaned under the weight of his presence. Fighters staggered, the air thickening until every breath felt earned. Caulifla steadied herself, but her gaze lingered on Goku, searching his face for the word he hadn't spoken. He didn't know it either. He felt it throbbing inside him like a second heartbeat, unfamiliar, unbidden, dangerously warm.
A bond forming at the worst possible time, a feeling neither of them were ready for. The arena dimmed under Jiren's aura, shadows stretching long. Goku shifted into a defensive stance, instinct pulling him toward the rising threat. Yet something deeper pulled him back toward Caulifla, back toward the warmth he couldn't name. He looked at her one last time. She looked back, and in the space between their breaths, destiny stirred. The platform cracked. A blast of overwhelming ki surged toward Caulifla from behind, fast, lethal, final. Goku felt it before she did. He moved. Light exploded, and everything changed. The explosion tore open the battlefield in a bloom of blinding white, swallowing sound, shadow, and certainty in a single heartbeat. For an instant, Caulifla felt nothing. No ki, no ground beneath her feet, no roar of spectators. Just a hollow, weightless silence, as if the universe had blinked and forgotten her. Then, warmth wrapped around her. A familiar ki, fierce yet gentle, wrapped her body in a protective shield, bracing against the storm. When the light finally fractured and bled away, she found herself pressed against Goku's chest. His arm locked tight around her shoulders, his other hand thrust outward, palms smoking where he had intercepted the blast. The air still crackled with residual force. The stone at their feet shattered in a jagged ring where the attack had landed. Her heart pounded against him, wild and disoriented. He didn't let go. Across from them, a warrior from another universe staggered back, stunned that his strike had been intercepted so casually. He vanished seconds later under a retaliatory wave from a third fighter, erased from the stage and then from existence. No one would remember his name. But his attack had done something no god could have predicted. It had placed Goku between Caulifla and oblivion. She shoved him away, more out of shock than anger, stumbling as her knees trembled. "What are you doing, idiot?" Her voice came out raw, breaking on the edges. Goku looked at his hand, flexing his fingers as if testing them. Skin charred, then healed pink and smooth within moments as his ki circulated. He only smiled, that same infuriating sunlit expression that refused to acknowledge fear. "You were wide open," he said simply. "Couldn't just stand there and watch." She stared at him, eyes burning hotter than the blast had. "You could have been erased." Yeah, he agreed, without hesitation. But you would have been for sure. There was no strategy in those words, no calculated reason, just plain, unadorned truth. Caulifla felt the arena tilt beneath her feet, as if gravity itself had shifted. Kale rushed to her side, eyes wide and frantic. "Sis, are you okay? I felt your ki disappear for a second." Caulifla tore her gaze away from Goku, forcing herself to steady her breath. "I'm fine," she snapped, but her voice lacked its usual sharp edge. She turned away, hiding the tremor in her hands. "He just got in the way."
Kale's eyes flickered between them, reading currents neither of them could understand yet. Her chest tightened with something that felt uncomfortably like jealousy and fear braided together. Goku had stepped in where she wanted to be, between Caulifla and danger, between Caulifla and the void. Goku glanced around, sensing other powers moving closer, threats converging like vultures circling fresh prey. He met Caulifla's eyes again, serious now. "We can't stay still," he said. "The others are watching." Of course they were. The gods, the angels, the mortals clinging to survival, all eyes fixed on any shift in power, any weakness, any anomaly. Unwittingly, Goku and Caulifla had become exactly that, an anomaly, a moment of human instinct in a god-forged arena. She rolled her shoulders, forcing herself back into stance, forcing the strange warmth in her chest to harden into something she recognized, determination. "Don't think saving me means I owe you anything," she muttered. Without thinking, he answered with disarming honesty. "You don't owe me anything. I just didn't want to see you vanish." The words settled over her like a cloak, heavy and impossible to shrug off. Above them, in the stands, the Grand Priest observed with a faint, unreadable smile. "How curious," he murmured. "Some Goku's instinct to protect extends beyond his own universe, even under the threat of erasure. Emotion continues to affect his combat decisions." Whis pointed his arms behind his back, eyes shimmering with interest. And yet his power does not falter when led by emotion. If anything, it refines his focus. Perhaps in his case, attachment is not a weakness, but a path. Beerus scoffed, tail flicking in annoyance. Path or not, if his attachments cost us the tournament, I'll erase him myself." But even Beerus could not ignore the subtle shift in Goku's aura. It glowed a shade brighter now, threaded with something that looked suspiciously like resolve, shaped more than pride or thrill. A resolve born from protecting, not just winning. Back on the arena floor, Caulifla launched herself into motion, blasting a cluster of incoming fighters with a savage grin that tried to hide her shaken core. Goku moved parallel to her, not quite fighting alongside her, but orbiting near enough that their energies brushed, collided, and synchronized without effort. Their movements aligned like they had been training together for years. A punch she missed, he intercepted. An opening near his blind spot, she closed with a knee or a flash of ki. Between them, enemies fell like sparks snuffed in the wind. Kale watched, her fists clenched at her sides, feeling more and more like an outsider to a rhythm she had once believed belonged only to her and Caulifla. The ache in her chest deepened, but so did another emotion, awe. "Look at them," she whispered, her voice carried away by the roaring ki. "They're in sync." Caulifla felt it too. Every time she moved, she knew where Goku would be. Every time she raised her ki, it answered his like an echo. The connection terrified her, in a way no god ever had. Between clashes, she found herself near him again, breaths sharp and quick. "You said something before that blast. You said it wasn't pity, it was what?" Goku hesitated, caught off guard in a way that no physical strike had managed. He stared at her, really stared, taking in the ferocity in her eyes, the way her aura flickered when she was close to him, the way something inside him grew quieter and sharper at the same time. "I don't know what to call it," he admitted. "I just know when I feel your ki, I want to fight harder. I want to protect it. Even if it's from this place. Even if it's from me." The honesty stole the air from her lungs. She looked away quickly, gripping her fists until her knuckles popped. "You're so weird," she muttered, voice low, "saying stuff like that in the middle of a fight." "Guess I am," he chuckled, scratching his cheek. "But it's true." Before she could respond, the world darkened. A shadow fell over them.
vast and suffocating. The pressure of overwhelming ki bore down like a celestial weight. Jiren stepped forward, his gaze passing over Goku first, then lingering, just for a heartbeat, on Caulifla. In that silent, crushing stare there was judgment, not of their power, of their bond. As if he sensed the fracture in their focus, the emotional thread tying their fates together. Goku's smile faded. Caulifla's pulse spiked. The fragile, unnamed connection between them trembled on the edge of breaking or transforming. The arena held its breath. Jiren raised his hand, and in that frozen moment, with the strongest warrior of the tournament poised to strike, Goku had to choose, to abandon Caulifla and face Jiren alone, or to stand his ground beside her and risk everything that remained of Universe 7's hope. The decision echoed through his heart like thunder. His foot shifted, his ki flared, and destiny leaned in, waiting. The arena fell into a silence so profound it felt unnatural, as if even the void itself feared to move. Jiren stood before them like a mountain carved from willpower alone, his aura a suffocating gravity that bent the battlefield around him. He regarded Goku first, the same way a storm studies a lone flame. Then his eyes drifted to Caulifla, and in that moment, the air changed. It was not curiosity, not malice. It was dismissal, as if she were an unnecessary variable, a distraction unworthy of calculation. Caulifla's teeth ground together at the insult humming beneath his stare. Her pride flared, golden light sparking across her skin. She took one step forward, but Goku's hand shot out, steadying her shoulder with a firm, almost instinctive grip. "Don't," he murmured. She stiffened, thrown off more by the touch than the warning. His hand was warm, grounding in a way that unsettled her more than Jiren's overwhelming presence. "Why not?" she hissed. "You think I can't take him?" Goku didn't answer immediately, but the sadness in his eyes said enough. "I don't want you to get hurt." The words struck deeper than any punch she had taken. Before she could decide whether to shove him off or step closer, Jiren moved, so fast that the space where he once stood still rippled like disturbed water. He appeared behind them, silent as the death of a star.
Caulifla whipped around, but Goku was already there, intercepting Jiren's punch a hair's breadth before it collided with her spine. The force of the impact sent a shockwave screaming across the arena, hurling Rebel into the abyss. Goku's feet skidded back, carving trenches into the stone. Caulifla didn't move. She hadn't seen the attack, hadn't sensed it, hadn't even breathed. She stared at Goku's back, at the way he'd stepped between her and annihilation without hesitation. Not strategy, not teamwork, instinct. Something burned behind her ribs, painful and unfamiliar. Jiren withdrew his fist, eyes narrowing almost imperceptibly. Your guard wavers. It was not an insult. It was an observation. Cold. Absolute. Goku exhaled slowly, shoulders rising and falling with quiet tension. Maybe, he admitted, but I'm not fighting alone. Caulifla blinked. She had expected bravado, maybe even the usual childish grin, but Goku's voice carried something she rarely heard from him, a quiet truth shaped by conviction rather than excitement. Jiren turned to her. You hinder him. The words sliced her open. Heat crashed through her, exploding into golden ki that roared across the shattered tiles. Her aura stabbed upward like a pillar of flame, fierce and defiant. Say that again, she snarled. Kale appeared at her side, trembling beneath the suffocating pressure. Sis, don't, not against him. But Caulifla barely heard her. Her heart hammered against her ribs, not with fear, but with the burning humiliation of being dismissed, and the even more confusing heat of being protected. Goku lifted a hand slightly, signaling her to stand down. Caulifla! Don't you tell me to stop. You think I'm weak? You think I can't handle one oversized statue? That's not it, he said softly. Then what? Goku faltered. Not because he didn't have an answer, because he had too many, none of which fit into the battlefield. She stared at him, chest heaving, gold flickering around her. She didn't know whether she wanted to hit him or demand that he explain the things sitting between them like a third pulse. Jiren's aura deepened,
A cold sun rising. If you stand together, you fall together. And then he attacked. A blur of motion, a fist aimed not at Goku, not at Caulifla, but at both. A sweeping blow designed to erase them in the same instant. Goku surged forward, blue flaring around him, intercepting Jiren head-on. Caulifla, acting on pure instinct, leapt alongside him, her fist igniting in rebellious fury. Their energies collided with Jiren's in a shockwave that shattered the entire left side of the arena. For a split second, they held. Goku's hand braced against Jiren's wrist. Caulifla's knuckles pressed against Jiren's forearm. Their auras twined, gold threading through blue in a luminous helix that lit the void. It was not a planned attack. It was not training. It was resonance. Whis leaned forward, eyes widening. Oh my, do you see it? Their key signatures are aligning. Impossible, the Grand Priest murmured. Two mortals from different universes? Harmonizing? The strain built quickly. Jiren's power surged, grinding them back inch by inch. Goku felt his arm tremble. Caulifla felt her energy sputter under the pressure. She grit her teeth. Don't fall behind, old man. He gave her a breathless laugh. I was about to say the same thing. Jiren pushed harder. The ground cracked beneath their feet, stone screaming under the weight of three colliding destinies. Caulifla's vision blurred, sparks flickered in her eyes. She felt her strength slipping, not from fear, but from the undeniable truth. Jiren was still beyond them. But then she felt it. A warmth sliding through her ki, steadying her, bolstering her flame. Goku's aura pressed against hers, not overwhelming it, but supporting it, like a hand catching a falling star. Her breath hitched. He wasn't trying to protect her. He was fighting with her. Their power flared upward in a torrent of gold bright blue, forcing even Jiren to slide back half a step. A miracle. Jiren's eyes narrowed. He vanished and reappeared behind Caulifla. Too fast. Too sudden. Too close. Goku felt it a fraction of a second before impact, a fatal strike, a clearing of the board, a cold end to the fragile connection blooming between them. He shouted her name. Caulifla turned, and Jiren's fist descended. Caulifla barely had time to register the shift in the air, a ripple, a void, a silence sharp enough to cut. Jiren's shadow swallowed her, his fist already descending like a judgment passed by the universe itself. For a heartbeat, she saw nothing but the reflection of her own stunned eyes in the polished armor of his knuckles. Then the world snapped. Goku was suddenly there, not running, not leaping, but appearing between them with a speed that bent light into a distorted halo. His arm swung upward, forearm locking against Jiren's strike with the crack that rang across the arena like thunder tearing the sky. The impact cratered the ground beneath them. Goku's face tightened, teeth clenched, muscles coiled with the impossible strain of stopping a blow meant to erase. His boots dug deep into the shattered tiles, stone grinding under the weight of their clashing ki. Caulifla stumbled backward, breath stolen from her lungs, unable to grasp how he had closed the distance so fast. Her heart thundered in her ribs, not from fear, but from the raw, disorienting realization that he had chosen her, over the safer path, over strategy, over victory. Again. Jiren's eyes flickered with something like mild curiosity. You interfere. Goku's voice came through clenched teeth. I'm not letting you take her out. Jiren pushed harder. Blue light flared violently around Goku, but even Super Saiyan Blue buckled under the pressure, sparks skittering off his aura like dying stars. His knees bent, his breath shortened, the arena trembled as if the gods themselves leaned closer. Caulifla stared at him, throat tightening, her golden aura crackling as emotion surged through her. Goku! He didn't look back. Couldn't. Every inch of him was locked against Jiren's power. But he still found breath for one word. Run! The command sliced her open. Run? Leave him? Abandon him to a monster like this? The idea made her stomach twist.
But Jiren wasn't waiting. He spun his free hand toward her, palm glowing with an energy so dense that air warped around it. A blast not meant to wound, but to erase. Goku saw it. Caulifla didn't have time to dodge, and Jiren intended it that way. In that frozen instant, Caulifla understood the cruelty of his indifference. She wasn't a threat. She wasn't a target. She was simply in the way. And something deep inside her snapped. "Don't ignore me!" she screamed. Her aura detonated outward in a violent burst of gold, raw and unrefined, born not from pride but from something far more dangerous. A wounded spirit refusing to be dismissed. Her ki flared so intensely it distorted the tiles beneath her feet, sending cracks spiraling outward like fragmented lightning. Jiren's blast fired. Caulifla didn't dodge. She attacked it head-on. Her fist collided with the wave of energy. For a breathless second, gold and crimson clashed violently, her scream echoing through the arena. Her arm burned, her skin tearing from the sheer force, but she didn't pull back. She refused. A second pillar of energy slammed beside her as Jiren intensified the attack, and that was all it took for her footing to fail. Her knees buckled, her strength wavering, her aura sputtering on the edge of collapse. "Caulifla!" Goku roared, desperation flashing across his face. But Jiren was not distracted. His second strike crashed against Goku's block, driving him deeper into the stone, sending shockwaves through his spine. And then, something unexpected. Goku's hand tightened around Jiren's wrist. His aura flickered, not dimming, changing. Blue deepened towards silver. His heartbeat slowed, his breathing steadied. His expression softened into a frightening calm. Whis straightened in his seat, staff glowing faintly. "Oh, at a moment like this?" Beerus snarled, "You better not." But it was too early, too fragile, too unstable. Goku hovered on the brink of Ultra Instinct, not mastery, not omen, but a fleeting shimmer, a ghost of instinct whispering through his body. He couldn't contain it. Not yet. Not fully. Jiren felt the shift and immediately increased his force. The silver flicker shattered like fragile glass, scattering into blue once more. Goku gasped as the sudden loss of clarity left him wide open. Jiren struck him across the chest with a blow that sent his body skidding across the arena in a burst of shattered stone. Caulifla watched in horror as Goku tumbled, his aura flickering violently. Her scream rose before she could stop it. "Goku!" He hit a pillar of broken tile and collapsed to one knee, breath tearing from his lungs. Jiren turned back to Caulifla. "Now," he said, voice flat, "you fall." She stood trembling, from pain, from exhaustion, from something she couldn't understand, but she still raised her fists. "I'm not falling," she growled. "You'll have to erase me." Jiren raised his hand. But before his attack could land, a blur of orange and blue slammed between them, dust exploding outward. Goku stood, panting, trembling, blood running from a cut above his brow, but his eyes were burning with something fierce and unyielding, something even Jiren paused at. "You're not touching her," Goku said, his voice low, steady, terrifyingly sure. Gold light ignited behind Caulifla. Blue light burned around Goku, and for the first time, their auras rose in harmony instead of chaos. Jiren's expression tightened, just slightly, enough to show he finally considered them possibilities. Goku stepped forward. Caulifla stepped beside him, and the arena trembled under the weight of a new, unspoken pact. A pact forged in instinct, in conflict, in something neither of them could name. The air shimmered between them, charged with emotion, power, and destiny intertwined. Jiren lowered his center of gravity. Goku inhaled. Caulifla's heartbeat synced with his, and then a blinding red flare erupted above them. Dyspo, Toppo, Universe 11 had decided to intervene. The battlefield shifted again. The moment shattered, and destiny veered sharply toward the unknown. The red flare split the darkness like a spear of judgment, searing through the dust-choked air. Dyspo landed first, his elongated silhouette flickering with caged impatience, feet tapping in rapid staccato bursts that cracked the stone beneath him. Toppo followed, descending with the weight of a warhammer, his justice aura unfurling in purple flames that clawed at the very air. Caulifla clicked her tongue, golden sparks snapping around her. Great! More clowns! But Goku didn't answer. He was staring at Jiren, breath unsteady, the faint ache of that nearly awakened instinct still pulsing in his veins. He could feel Caulifla's aura beside him, trembling not with fear, but with anger and something far more vulnerable. A heat he could sense even through the haze of battle. Dyspo's voice sliced through the silence. Jiren, you're wasting time with these two. They're unworthy opponents. Toppo nodded deeply, eyes narrowing. Their bond weakens their judgment. Eliminate them. The word bond hit Caulifla like a jolt of electricity. Her aura faltered. Her heartbeat stumbled. Her cheeks burned, just faintly, but enough that she hoped no one saw. Even Goku tensed, blinking as if the words startled something inside him. Jiren gave no reply, but the look he cast over them, weighing, dissecting, dismissing, made Caulifla's blood boil hotter than any flame she could conjure. She growled, stepping forward, but Goku's hand rose instinctively to stop her. Not restraining, not commanding, protecting. She froze under his touch, heart skipping against her will. Don't do that, not in front of them, she whispered harshly. Goku pulled his hand back immediately, almost sheepishly, but his eyes lingered on her just a moment longer than they should have. In that moment, Caulifla felt exposed, like he could see the confusion tangled beneath her bravado. Dyspo cracked his knuckles and smirked. I'll erase the girl, you take the idiot.
Dyspo vanished in a blur of crimson speed, the world stretching and warping around his movement. Caulifla's eyes widened. She couldn't track him, not fully, not yet. Goku ruled before thought, intercepting Dyspo with a lightning-fast kick that sent a shockwave rippling outward. Dyspo skidded back, ears twitching in irritation. Stay away from her, Goku warned. Not loud, but sharp. A tone Caulifla had rarely heard from him. Her stomach tightened traitorously. Toppo launched forward, purple justice aura swelling. He came down on Caulifla with a hammer-like blow, but she ducked at the last second, flames exploding beneath her as she countered with a rising knee. He caught it, his forearm absorbing the impact like an iron wall. You burn bright, Toppo said, but flame without discipline dies quickly. She snarled. Then let's see how you handle wildfire. Her aura erupted, golden and fierce, forcing Toppo back several steps. Even he seemed briefly surprised by the sudden intensity, a burst of power, fueled not by rage, but by pride, stung, and spirit ignited. Goku blasted forward, locking into a furious exchange with Dyspo. Blue light flashed in sharp bursts as he attempted to read Dyspo's movements, anticipating each twist and flicker of crimson. Dyspo's speed was monstrous, but Goku was adapting, instinct sharpening with every clash. And yet, even as he fought, Goku's eyes flicked toward Caulifla between blows, just checking, just making sure she was still standing, still there. And Caulifla noticed. It sent another confusing shock through her chest, a heat she didn't want, a weakness she refused to name. Toppo seized the distraction, his massive hand clamped around Caulifla's wrist, crushing force driving her to her knees. She bit back a scream, biting down so hard her teeth ached. Discipline, Toppo rumbled, lifting her effortlessly. You lack. A sonic boom cracked the earth. Goku appeared in front of Toppo, blue aura burning like a storm condensed to flesh. His fist slammed into Toppo's jaw. With such force, the fabric of space quivered. Toppo's grip loosened. Caulifla wrenched free, staggering backward. Goku didn't say anything. He didn't need to. His eyes said everything. Are you hurt? She swallowed hard, breath shaking. I'm fine, she lied, even as her arm throbbed violently. Goku stepped closer, unconsciously positioning himself between her and danger. Blue ki flared from him in a steady arc, wrapping around her like a shield. Caulifla stared at the aura, at the way it curved as if shaped for her. Something in her chest clenched so tightly she nearly forgot to breathe. Stop looking at me like that, she muttered. Like what? Goku asked, genuinely confused. She scowled at him, cheeks warming. Like you can't handle yourself. He blinked,
slow and honest. "It's not that. I just feel something when your key drops." Her breath hitched. "Don't say weird stuff like that." He tilted his head. "Is it weird?" "Yes," she snapped, too quickly, too sharply, betraying too much. Toppo rose again. Dyspo charged. Jiren took a single step that shook the arena. A storm of 3 powers closed around them.
And for one suspended moment, Goku and Caulifla stood shoulder to shoulder, their auras rising in twin spirals of gold and blue, intertwining like threads pulled together by the universe itself. Caulifla whispered, just loud enough for Goku to hear, "For some reason, when I'm next to you, I feel like I can break my limits." Goku smiled faintly, soft, sincere. "I feel that too." Above them, the void shuddered as all 3 Pride troopers attacked at once, and their combined assault fell toward a pair of warriors standing in a circle of light neither understood but both felt drawn to. The moment the 3 Pride troopers converged, the arena seemed to inhale. Time thinned, stretched, strained. Every fragment of broken stone shook beneath the pressure of their combined assault. Toppo's crushing authority, Dyspo's impossible speed, and Jiren's silent, merciless focus. Together, they descended like a judgment passed by the cosmos itself. But Goku and Caulifla did not move. For a heartbeat, they stood in the center of that storm, their aura spiraling upward in a radiant, intertwined column, blue lightning threading through gold flame, 2 pulses sinking into one impossible rhythm. Then the storm struck. Toppo's massive fist crashed down with the force of a collapsing star. Dyspo's red slashes carved through the air like streaks of lightning. Jiren's shockwave pulsed outward, warping the battlefield in rippling rings. The impact hit like the universe collapsing inward. Light swallowed them. Stone shattered. Silence screamed. Then, 2 figures burst from the explosion. Goku shot upward through the dust, blue aura blazing around him like a rising comet. Caulifla launched beside him, golden energy trailing in fierce, untamed arcs. They didn't speak, didn't plan, didn't think. Their bodies moved as though powered by a shared instinct older than battle itself. Dyspo rocketed toward Caulifla, but this time she was ready. Her eyes tracked him, barely, imperfectly, but enough. She felt Goku's presence behind her like a steady flame, lending clarity to her senses, sharpening her focus. Dyspo lunged. Caulifla twisted, meeting him midair with a spinning kick that smashed into his jaw. He careened backward, stunned for the first time, ears ringing. "What? How did she—" She didn't let him finish. Her fist crashed into his stomach, driving him into the tiles with a violent crack. She landed above him, breathing hard, pride burning in her grin. "That's for calling me unworthy." Dyspo vanished just before her foot hit him, narrowly, desperately, retreating behind Toppo with a grimace bleeding into his smirk. Toppo advanced, justice aura swelling. But Goku intercepted him with a roar, blue ki flaring as he traded blow after blow with Toppo. Each strike shook the arena, shockwaves rippling outward like echoes of thunder. Toppo snarled as Goku's fist hammered against his guard, driving him back. "You protect her," Toppo growled between punches. "Why?" Goku didn't hesitate. "Because I want to." Toppo's eyes widened, just a flicker, before he swung harder, his aura erupting in righteous fury. Goku met the blow with equal ferocity, their fists colliding in a blast that sent them both skidding across the battlefield. And then, the air tightened. Jiren stepped forward, neither rushing nor pausing, just moving, silently, inevitably. His presence alone swallowed the battlefield, his gaze locked, not on Goku, but on Caulifla. She felt it like a hand around her throat, not fear, but pressure, heavy enough to crush pride, confidence, and even rage. Her golden aura dimmed for a split second under the weight of it. Jiren raised his hand. No warning, no wasted motion. A palm strike that could erase her. Goku sensed it before he saw it. "Caulifla, move!" But she couldn't. His presence alone pinned her. And in that terrifying instant, she understood something. Jiren wasn't trying to kill her. She wasn't a threat worth killing. He was erasing a distraction. Her breath hitched, her fists shook, her pride screamed. She forced her body to move, but too slow, far too slow. The blast neared. Then, Goku appeared in front of her again, shoulder slamming into Jiren's attack, blue aura erupting in a frantic, burning flash. The shockwave ripped across his back, shredding his gi and drawing blood instantly. He grunted, a sound Caulifla had never heard from him, a sound that broke something inside her. "Stop!" she choked. "Stop doing that!" She grabbed his arm, fingers trembling. "You'll die!" Goku looked at her over his shoulder, not with fear, or pain, or panic, but with something calm and painfully gentle. "I'm not dying. Not while you're behind me." Her breath froze. Her heart lunged. Her knees nearly buckled. She couldn't speak, couldn't think. Because he meant it. Every word. And that scared her more than Jiren ever could. Jiren's eyes narrowed. "Your emotions bind you." Goku turned to face him fully now, pushing Caulifla gently behind his stance. "Maybe they do," he said quietly. "But they also push me forward." His aura flared. Caulifla's pulse surged. The battlefield vibrated under the rising tide of his power. Gold rose behind him. Blue rose around him. Their energies intertwined again, brighter, fiercer, more alive. Whis watched with growing fascination. Their synchronization is increasing, remarkable. He's instinctively adapting to her presence. Even the Grand Priest leaned forward. A resonance phenomenon between universes. Rare indeed. Caulifla's fingers curled, nails digging into her palm. She hated how her hands trembled, not from fear, but from the overwhelming, unbearable truth blooming inside her. Being near him made her stronger. Protecting her made him stronger. And that terrified them both. Jiren raised his hand again. But this time, Goku stepped forward first. Caulifla moved beside him without thinking. The two of them, blue and gold, standing against a godlike wall of power. Their breaths synchronized.
Their energies merged, and the void trembled as they charged, straight toward Jiren. Together they charged, not as master and student, not as rivals, not even as fighters battling for survival. They moved like two forces shaped from the same breath of the universe, blue and gold spiraling through the collapsing arena, a twin comet trail tearing across the void. Jiren braced, muscles tightening, aura flaring in a silent command that made lesser warriors crumble. But Goku and Caulifla did not slow. They met Jiren in a collision that shook existence. The impact sent shockwaves spiraling out across the arena, rippling through the fractured stone, rattling the stands where gods watched with unreadable eyes. Caulifla struck first, a fist blazing with raw, golden ferocity. Jiren blocked easily, but the crackle of her energy left faint sparks dancing across his arm. as if testing the limits of his impenetrable aura. Goku followed, his strike carving a blue arc through the air, clashing against Jiren's guard with enough force to fracture the tiles beneath their feet. Jiren barely shifted, but his eyes tightened a fraction. 2 attacks, 2 fighters, 1 heartbeat. Their rhythm deepened. Caulifla ducked under Jiren's counter, golden light streaking behind her as she swept a kick toward his side. Goku mirrored her movement, unleashing a burst of God Ki aimed at Jiren's blind spot. Their energies braided together mid-air, forming a flare so bright even Toppo shielded his eyes. Jiren snapped a forearm up, blocking both strikes in one motion. A ripple shot through the arena. He pushed, and the force of his rejection sent both Saiyans skidding backward. They caught themselves, boots grinding deep into the shattered floor. Dust spiraled around them like smoke, settling in a quiet curtain as the moment stretched thin. Jiren stared at them as if weighing a new equation. Your movements have changed. Goku wiped the blood from his lip with the back of his hand, smirking despite the ache spreading through his ribs. Guess you could say that. Caulifla spat dust from her mouth, smirking despite the ache spreading through her ribs. You scared, Chrome Dome? Jiren's gaze shifted toward her. Not angry, not amused, but attentive. He saw it. The shift, the synergy. Neither of them understood yet. You rely on each other. Caulifla bristled instantly. I rely on nobody. But Goku stepped closer, speaking softly. Maybe he's not wrong. She stiffened. The golden aura around her flickered, unstable, torn between pride and that confusing, unwelcome warmth spreading through her chest. Don't say that. Don't make it sound like I need... She stopped herself, because Goku was looking at her. Really looking. Not with pity, not with doubt, but with a kind of clarity she wasn't used to being on the receiving end of. You're stronger with someone at your side. That's not weakness. His tone was so calm, so honest, it dug into her like a blade she didn't know how to stop. Caulifla swallowed hard. Don't talk to me like that. Like what? Like you see me.
Her voice cracked, just slightly, just enough. Goku blinked, taken aback, but before he could respond, the floor beneath them trembled violently. Dyspo raced in a red blur, circling them faster than light flicker. Toppo's justice aura rose in a roaring wave, distorting the very air. And Jiren began walking forward, slow, unhurried, as if every step were a verdict passed upon them. Caulifla's heart pounded. She had never felt fear in battle, not even once. But this was different. Not fear of Jiren, fear of losing something she didn't understand. She shook her head violently, forcing the emotion down, burying it under adrenaline. Golden flame erupted around her again, brighter this time, fiercer, as if trying to burn the feeling out of her. Don't you dare slow down, old man, she said, voice low, slightly trembling. Goku stepped beside her, aura humming with reciprocal intensity. Wouldn't dream of it. Dyspo lunged first, a crimson blur slicing across the battlefield, aiming for Caulifla's neck. Goku intercepted with a knee that cracked the air, driving Dyspo back. Toppo followed, slamming his fist down, but Caulifla twisted, flipping backward and unleashing a burst of ki that tore open the ground at his feet. Jiren closed in. Every step a drumbeat, every breath a warning. Their auras rose again, blue and gold threading around each other, not merging, but entwining like currents caught in the same gravitational pull. Whis watched with a faint, intrigued smile. Their hearts are moving in tandem. The Grand Priest nodded. A rare phenomenon indeed. Emotional resonance influencing combat flow. This bears watching. Beerus leaned forward, eyes sharp. He better not let this get in the way of winning. But even the god of destruction could see it. Goku was fighting differently, more focused, more present. And Caulifla, she never took her eyes off him. Every movement he made pulled something inside her. Every hit he took burned through her skin as if she felt it herself. She hated it. She needed it. She didn't know what to do with it. Jiren threw a punch. Both Saiyans moved to intercept. Their fists collided with his simultaneously, gold and blue crashing against crimson. The explosion rocked the arena. They were thrown back, but not separately. Goku caught her wrist mid-air. Caulifla grabbed his forearm. They spun together, landing in a synchronized skid across the cracking tiles, their hands still locked without either of them realizing it. When they finally looked at each other, breathless and shaken, something flickered between them, something that terrified them more than Jiren ever could. Jiren stepped forward again. "Your connection is your undoing." Caulifla's grip tightened instinctively. Goku didn't pull away, and the arena swallowed the moment whole as Jiren raised both hands, gathering enough power to erase them both in a single stroke. Jiren's palms rose slowly, deliberately, as if he were lifting the weight of an entire universe. The air thickened, space bent, the shattered stones beneath his feet hummed with a frequency that vibrated deep in the bones. Not sound, not key, but something older, colder, more absolute. The others felt it first. Toppo's eyes widened. Dyspo's ears flattened. Even the spectators, gods, angels, mortals, quieted as a pressure like descending gravity settled over the arena.
Caulifla's breath caught, chest tightening under the suffocating crush of Jiren's rising power. Goku shifted in front of her, not blocking her, not shielding her, just standing there, instinctively, unthinkingly, as if his body had moved to protect her before his mind even realized it. She hated how her heart jumped when he did that. She hated how warm the place between them felt, even in the cold shadow of Jiren's ki. Jiren lowered his gaze. This ends now. The energy forming between his palms condensed, a dense sphere of crimson, swirling with silent violence. Its glow illuminated the lines of his sculpted arms, the unwavering calm of his expression, the reflection of two Saiyans united where they didn't belong. Goku inhaled sharply. Caulifla clenched her fists until her nails cut skin. The sphere pulsed, then expanded, slow, heavy, devastating. A God-silencing blast. Goku braced. His aura flared violently, blue light snapping outward like storm-wrapped lightning. Caulifla stepped to his side without thinking. Golden fire ignited with enough force to scorch the tiles beneath her boots. For a breath, their energies brushed again. Gold woven into blue, blue resonating through gold. Two heartbeats syncing in a rhythm neither could deny. "Kakarot," Vegeta muttered from across the field, watching with narrowed, baffled eyes. "What are you doing?" Jiren thrust his hands forward. The blast roared out, a wave of crimson annihilation. Goku lunged, his aura exploding. "Caulifla!" She moved first. Not away, not back. Forward. Straight into the teeth of Jiren's attack. Her scream tore through the arena as golden energy erupted from her in a blinding column. The blast collided with her aura, forcing her backward, heels digging trenches in the stone. Goku appeared beside her an instant later, hands thrust out, adding his blue flame to her gold. The impact hit them like a collapsing star. Their combined aura buckled, their feet slid, their muscles trembled, but they held. Together. Caulifla grit her teeth, voice cracking through the strain. "Don't you dare hold back on me now." Goku's jaw tightened with a grin carved from pain and pride. Wouldn't dream of it. Their energy surged again, blue bleeding into gold, gold sparking against blue, the clash forging a radiant storm that cut a line into the void overhead. The arena floor beneath them shattered, chunks of stone breaking away and falling into nothingness. But Jiren didn't stop. His blast intensified, the crimson turning white-hot, the pressure slamming into their bodies like the fist of a god. Caulifla's vision blurred. She tasted blood. The ground whined beneath them as cracks spidered outward in widening fractures. And still, Goku's aura fed into hers. A steady flood of warmth, strength, and something she could only describe as faith. Don't fall. Don't give in. I'm here. She felt it more clearly than words. Her heart stuttered, then roared.
Her flame erupted. A spike of golden power burst from her chest, pushing back Jiren's attack by inches. Goku's aura flared in response, instinctively, harmoniously, as if they were two halves of the same heartbeat firing in unison. Whis leaned closer, eyes shimmering. Their resonance is stabilizing. The Grand Priest nodded. Emotion guiding instinct, instinct guiding power. A rare and dangerous equation. Beerus snarled. Dangerous for who? The angels didn't answer, because no one knew. A shockwave ripped through the arena as Caulifla screamed, pouring everything she had into the clash. Her muscles tore, her aura flickered, but her spirit, the wild, reckless, impossible heart of her, refused to break. Goku's voice reached her through the roar. Caulifla, your ki! It's rising! I told you, I break limits! And she did. Her aura detonated, blazing brighter than ever, not from anger, but from something far more vulnerable, something she didn't want to name, something she didn't even understand. Warmth bloomed in her chest, too bright, too raw, too fragile. Goku felt it. The resonance spiked. Their combined powers surged upward in a fiery spiral, blue lightning and gold flame twisting into a luminous helix that lit the void like a newborn star. Jiren's eyes widened, the smallest shift. Surprise, recognition, acknowledgement. The blast began to crack. A fissure split down its center, and then, with a sound like shattering glass, the attack broke in two. The torn halves spiraling past them and dissolving into the abyss. Silence. Breathless. Unbelieving. Caulifla collapsed to one knee, gasping, her aura flickering violently. Goku dropped beside her, chest heaving, arms trembling from the strain. For a long moment, they just breathed the same stunned air. She whispered, barely audible, Why does fighting with you feel like this? Goku couldn't answer. He didn't know. All he knew was that when her ki trembled, something inside him couldn't stand still. He reached for her shoulder, hesitant, gentle. She didn't pull away. Jiren's aura expanded again, colder, heavier. He stepped forward. For every strength, there is a cost. Caulifla looked up, exhaustion painting her features, fire still burning in her eyes. Then come collect it. Goku rose beside her, aura flickering like a stubborn flame refusing to die. Jiren's shadow swallowed them both, and the next strike fell like the hammer of fate. The next strike fell so fast the air didn't have time to scream. Jiren's fist tore through the space between them, wrapped in a pressure so dense it bent the light around his arm. The impact hit like an eclipse slamming shut, darkness folding over gold and blue. Goku barely got his forearms up before the blow crashed into his guard, forcing his boots deep into the stone, grinding rock into powder. The shockwave hurled Caulifla backward. She tumbled across the broken tiles, skidding painfully, her breath knocked out of her lungs. Dust filled her mouth, stinging her eyes, but she pushed herself up anyway, coughing, fury burning brighter than the pain.
He was still standing. Barely, but standing. Arms trembling, aura flickering erratically, jaw clenched under the sheer weight of Jiren's strength. A thin line of blood dripped down his forearm where Jiren's blow had split the skin through sheer force. Goku exhaled shakily, his voice ragged but steady.
"Cauliflower, stay back." She froze, not because she wanted to listen, she never listened, but because of the tone. It wasn't a command. It wasn't fear. It wasn't pride. It was something she had never heard from him before. Protectiveness tinged with desperation. A tone reserved for those Goku couldn't bear to see hurt. Her heartbeat stuttered. Legs trembling, she pushed herself upright, swinging her gaze between Goku and Jiren. "Don't you dare tell me to stay back. Not now." Jiren's eyes locked onto her, cold, dissecting, clinical. "You are a liability." His hesitation weakens him. Caulifla's aura flared violently. "Say that again?" Goku's hand shot out, not touching her this time, just hovering protectively in front of her, as if to shield her even from words. "She's not a weakness," he said, voice low. "She's fighting as hard as anyone." Caulifla's breath hitched. Goku didn't look at her, but she heard the truth in his voice, felt it in the warmth of his ki, brushing hers like a trembling flame reaching for another. Goku stepped forward, shifting fully into his fighting stance. "I'm not hesitating. Not anymore." Jiren didn't react, didn't blink, didn't breathe in any way mortals understood. But there was a slight shift in the set of his shoulders, the smallest ripple of acknowledgement. He believed Goku. And that made what came next even more terrifying. Jiren moved. One instant he was standing. The next, he appeared in front of Goku with a blow aimed to end the fight and possibly his life. Goku caught the fist with both arms, barely, his body folding under the force. The ground beneath him shattered in a perfect circle, stone flying outward like shards of a broken planet. "Goku!" Caulifla screamed, sprinting forward. Dyspo flashed into her path in a streak of red. "Not so fast!" She snarled, swinging a ki-coated elbow that grazed his cheek, but Dyspo twisted away with impossible speed, forcing her to defend instead of helping Goku. Goku pushed back against Jiren's fist, blue aura exploding around him, but cracks skittered along his forearms. His teeth ground together, every muscle screaming beneath the impossible pressure. Jiren spoke calmly. "Your connection makes you predictable." And then he shifted his aim, redirecting the force of his punch towards Caulifla. Not a full blow, just enough to break her. Goku saw it. The way Jiren's wrist turned, the tiny shift of stance, the subtle tilt of his shoulders. 1,000 details clicking together in a single devastating truth. He's going for her. Goku's eyes widened with the kind of terror he reserved for nothing else in existence. His body moved before instinct, before thought, before reason. He threw himself sideways, intercepting the redirected strike.
It hit him full in the ribs. The sound was sickening. A wet crack, a forced exhale, a gasp he didn't mean to let escape. He flew backwards, smashing through 2 shattered pillars before crashing into the far edge of the arena. His body bounced once, then slid limply across the cracked surface. Caulifla felt something tear inside her. The world dulled, sound muted. Her heartbeat turned to thunder. She didn't remember moving. One moment she was locked with Dyspo. The next, she burst free in a shockwave of gold, slamming him aside like an insect. She sprinted across the arena, vision tunneling toward the orange and blue form struggling to rise. "Goku!" Jiren didn't chase her. He didn't need to. He simply watched. Toppo and Dyspo regrouped at his sides, both shaken by the sudden shift in the battlefield's emotional current. Caulifla dropped to her knees beside Goku, grabbing his shoulders, her hands shaking uncontrollably. Hey, don't you dare black out on me," she cracked, breaking with raw panic. "Look at me!" Goku coughed, wincing, lips curling weakly. "That was a heavy one." "You idiot!" Her voice broke completely. "Why did you take that? Why?" He blinked at her slowly, eyes half-lidded but focused. "Because if it hit you, I wouldn't forgive myself." The words hit her harder than Jiren's attack. She froze. Her hands loosened on his gi. Her breath shuddered painfully. Her heart twisted painfully. "That's not your choice," she whispered, voice trembling. "I decide my battles, not you." He smiled, faint, gentle, maddeningly sincere. Then I'll just fight with you. Her vision blurred for a second, not from tears, not from exhaustion, from something far more terrifying. Caulifla turned, golden aura flaring violently, eyes burning hotter than her flame. She glared at Jiren with a fury that made even Toppo stiffen. You heard him. Now I'm going to break you. Goku shifted beside her, trying to rise. Caulifla, wait. No, she said, stepping forward, shoulders trembling. He's mine. Jiren raised his head slightly, as if interested, as if curious, as if sensing that something inside her had just changed. The void fell silent. Caulifla's aura ignited, gold erupting around her like a wildfire unleashed. Power crackled through her veins. Emotion sharpened her ki into something new, something unrefined, something terrifying. And she stepped toward Jiren, with a heart burning brighter than any flame she had ever conjured. Caulifla stepped forward. Gold bled from her aura in wild, jagged flames. Not a clean transformation, not the practiced rise of a Super Saiyan ascension, but something raw and unfiltered, fueled by a surge she didn't understand and couldn't control. It wasn't anger, it wasn't pride, it wasn't even the thrill of battle. It was fear. Fear of losing him. Fear she didn't know she could feel.
Fear that made her blood burn and her ki pound like a second heartbeat against her ribs. Her fists clenched so tightly they trembled. She forced a breath into her lungs, tried to steady the unraveling storm inside her, but the harder she fought, the more her aura writhed and cracked, like lightning desperate to escape a too small container. Jiren watched her with unreadable stillness. Goku, still on one knee behind her, reached out. "Caulifla, don't push yourself. Your energy's unstable." She cut him off with a snarl. "Shut up! You think I care about that right now? You think I care about form or control or anything except the fact that you almost died?" The last word ripped out of her like a wound. The arena itself seemed to flinch. Goku's breath caught. He'd heard Caulifla shout, curse, boast, rage, but never like that. Her voice shook, cracked, splintered with emotion she didn't have the language for. She didn't look back at him, couldn't. Jiren stepped forward slowly, as if studying her with new eyes. "Your emotions bring power, but power without discipline is meaningless." Caulifla's aura spiked. "You don't get to talk to me about meaning!" She launched herself at him, a golden streak tearing across the battlefield, each footfall leaving smoking craters in the stone. She swung with everything she had, her fist blazing in a violent arc that should have shattered a mountain. Jiren lifted a single hand and blocked her. The impact detonated in a shockwave that tore the ground apart. Caulifla screamed with the effort, pouring ki into her strike until her vision blurred, until her knuckles burned raw, until her heart thundered like it might explode. Jiren didn't budge. Her breath caught. Then he flicked his fingers. Just a flick. The resulting shockwave blasted Caulifla dozens of meters backward, sending her crashing into the remains of a shattered pillar. She hit the ground hard, rolling, leaving streaks of gold across the cracked tiles. She forced herself back up immediately. Her legs shook, her lungs burned, her aura sputtered wildly. But she stood, and Jiren paused, as though he wasn't sure whether to strike again or observe the strange, reckless evolution unfolding before him. Goku pushed himself to his feet, his ribs screaming with every breath. He staggered forward, reaching her just as she steadied herself, sweat dripping from her brow, eyes burning with a wild kind of clarity. "Caulifla, stop," he said gently. "You're hurt." She glared at him, fury and panic and affection tangled in her gaze. "So are you, idiot!" He blinked. She took a breath, shaky, trembling, then shouted without looking at him, "Why did you take that hit? Why?" "Because I felt it coming." "That's not what I mean!" Her voice cracked again. Goku froze. She turned to him, eyes shining with a fire that had nothing to do with power. "You can't throw yourself in front of attacks like that. I don't want—" But Caulifla saw it. saw him react, and she roared, "Don't underestimate me." Her fist grazed his cheek, the first clean contact she had ever landed on him. The crowd gasped. Even Jiren blinked once, faintly. But then, he countered. A palm stripe to her stomach, barely restrained, still devastating. Air burst from her lungs, her vision flashed white. She flew backward again, skidding across the arena, rolling to a breathless stop. "Caulifla!" Goku shouted, stumbling forward, his hand outstretched. She forced herself up on trembling elbows. Jiren lowered his stance, not out of malice, but out of a quiet, inevitable decision. Emotional strength fades. Caulifla spat blood onto the floor. "Not mine. You are at your limit." "No," she pushed herself further upright. "I'm not at my limit. I'm at my reason." Goku's breath caught. Jiren raised one hand, the same gesture he used to erase threats, not challengers. Goku's aura exploded. Blue shot upward in a pillar of blazing light. He sprinted toward Caulifla. Instinct, fear, something deeper pulling at him so violently he could barely breathe. Jiren's palm descended. Goku threw himself between them. Light swallowed the arena. The floor shattered beneath their feet, and Goku took the full brunt of Jiren's strike. For Caulifla. Again. Her scream tore the void open. "Goku!" The dust cleared slowly, and the sight left Caulifla's blood cold. Goku was still standing. Barely. His knees buckling, his chest heaving, his ji torn, his aura flickering in dim, broken surges. He had taken the blow meant to erase her. He had chosen her over himself again. Caulifla stared at him with trembling hands, heart ripping open in a way battle had never done to her. "Why?" she whispered, voice breaking. "Why do you keep doing this?" Goku didn't turn, didn't move, didn't speak. He was trying not to fall, trying not to break, trying not to let her see how close he was to collapsing. Jiren exhaled, almost disappointed. "This is your weakness." Goku's knees finally buckled, but Caulifla caught him. Her arms wrapped around him, golden and trembling. "No," she said quietly, fiercely, throat tight. "He's my strength." The void shuddered. Jiren's eyes finally widened, because Caulifla's aura exploded in an eruption brighter than anything she had ever produced. She rose with Goku in her arms, golden flames spiraling upward like a newborn sun. Emotion had broken her limits, again. Her aura erupted, not like a normal Saiyan flare, not the wild but familiar heat of her Super Saiyan forms, not the rebellious spark of defiance that usually fueled her power. No, this was different, deeper, older, a blaze drawn not from the body, but from the heart. Golden fire lifted from her skin in rising, trembling ribbons, spiraling upward like pieces of her soul had ignited. The spectators felt it. Even the gods leaned forward. Whis' staff glowed faintly as he watched. "He's synchronizing," he murmured. Beerus narrowed his eyes. "With what?" Whis smiled. "With whom?" Goku, half conscious in her arms, felt it too.
A warmth blooming around him, soft, bright, protective. A warmth he recognized without understanding. It enveloped him, lifted him, steadied the pieces of him that Jiren's attack had nearly broken. Caulifla held him against her shoulder, muscles trembling not from weakness, but from emotion too large to contain. He felt her heartbeat, rapid, wild, but steady in the places that mattered. She didn't realize she was holding him like someone clutching the most precious thing in her universe. She didn't realize her aura had wrapped around him like a cocoon. She didn't realize her power had doubled, no, tripled because of him. She only realized one thing. He could have died. And the thought made her blood burn. Slowly, she lowered Goku onto his feet, her arms sliding reluctantly from around his back as he struggled to stand on his own. His legs shook, his breath stuttered. But he was alive. "Caulifla." His voice was faint, barely a whisper scraping his throat. She cut him off with a look so fierce it silenced him instantly. "No," she said, voice trembling, but not with fear. "I'm not calming down. Not now. Not after what he almost did to you." Her fingers curled, nails biting into her palms. Jiren watched her, no longer indifferent, no longer dismissive. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if recognizing a phenomenon he had only heard whispers of. "What is this emotion?" he asked quietly. Caulifla glared at him. "You don't get to ask that. You fight with desperation, recklessness. That's called caring, you giant wall?" Goku blinked, eyes widening slightly. "See, caring?" She froze. The word hung between them like a flare in the dark. Her throat tightened. Her aura flickered. Her eyes darted anywhere except his. "I mean, you know, caring about the team, the universe, the tournament." Her voice cracked awkwardly. "Don't make it weird." Goku stared at her, not confused, not teasing, but gently, painfully sincere. "It's not weird," he said. Her heart nearly stopped. Before she could respond, Jiren stepped forward, his aura deepening to a crushing silence. "Emotion is a burden. It makes you vulnerable. It makes you break." Caulifla lifted her head, gaze burning. "You're wrong." Jiren's eyes hardened. "Strength comes from solitude." Caulifla's aura spiked again, golden flames whipping across the arena floor, cracking tile and sending dust swirling into the void. "No," she said softly. "Strength comes from having something you refuse to lose." Her eyes flicked, just for a heartbeat, towards Goku. He felt it, every unspoken word, every trembling, terrifying truth. His breath hitched, chest warming despite the pain. Jiren exhaled. "Then show me." He blurred. Faster than sound, faster than instinct, faster than Caulifla could react. But she didn't have to. Goku moved. Even broken, even shaking, even bleeding, he stepped in front of her, taking the first strike on his forearm. The shock sent him stumbling, teeth gritted in pain. "Stop doing that!" Caulifla screamed. She grabbed Goku's wrist, yanking him back behind it with a force that surprised even herself. She shoved him away, not of rejection, but desperation. "I'm not letting you get hurt again because of me." Her aura detonated.
Golden light surged upward in a towering column, swirling around her like a storm of light and flame. Sparks crackled across her skin. The very air trembled around her. Her ki roared with a sound like distant thunder. And then her energy shifted, condensed, sharpened. A halo of pale gold flickered around her eyes, her hair snapping upward in sharper, wilder spikes. Her aura grew denser, tighter, no longer raw chaos but focused fury. Not Super Saiyan 2, not 3, not a form anyone had taught her. A resonance, a reaction, a bond crystallizing into power. Goku staggered back, breath catching. "Caulifla, your ki." He didn't hear him. Couldn't. Her eyes locked on Jiren. "You think emotion is weakness? Then I'll show you the strength of a heart that refuses to break." She vanished. Not like Dyspo's speed, not like Goku's instant transmission, not like Jiren's impossible movement. She moved in a way that cracked the air, like her ki had skipped a beat and dragged reality with it. She appeared in front of Jiren with a fist blazing in radiant gold, and Jiren actually raised both arms to block. The impact thundered through the arena, enough force to shake the stands, enough power to blow spectators back, enough energy to leave a crater beneath their feet. Jiren slid, only inches, but he slid. The gods reacted. Champa shot to his feet. Belmont's eyes whined in disbelief. Vada's covered her mouth with delicate shock. The Grand Priest leaned closer. And Goku stared with a breathless, awestruck smile. She wasn't fighting alone. She wasn't fighting for fear. She wasn't fighting for pride. She was fighting because she couldn't bear the thought of losing him. And her heart had turned that fear into power. Caulifla pushed harder, golden sparks erupting around her clenched teeth. "This is what happens when you threaten someone She stopped herself again. Jiren's eyes flickered, and Goku whispered, almost afraid of the answer. "Someone you... what?" Caulifla's aura exploded again, brighter than before, as if her body were answering for her. She swung.
The entire arena held its breath. Caulifla's fist rippled through the air with a force that didn't belong to a mortal, a Saiyan, or even a warrior forged through endless battle. It belonged to something else, something born in the span of a heartbeat when her world nearly collapsed around Goku's falling body. Her knuckles crashed into Jiren's crossed arms. The explosion of light swallowed the whole arena, a blinding eruption of white-gold radiance that cracked the floor in jagged lines, spreading outward like a spiderweb. Bits of shattered stone flew into the void. The spectator stands trembled under the shock, the gods bracing themselves as a wave of wind rushed past them. Goku shielded his face, eyes wide in awe. She wasn't using pure strength, nor technique, nor instinct. She was using her heart, raw, reckless, and impossibly fierce. Jiren slid backward again, further this time, a full meter. It was the first time anyone had forced him to retreat without standing at the pinnacle of power. Not Goku's early Ultra Instinct flickers, not Hit's time skip, not Vegeta's royal pride, but Caulifla.
Jiren's gaze lowered to her fists. He finally spoke. Impossible. Caulifla panted, golden sparks dancing furiously around her. She didn't look majestic. She didn't look composed. Her stance was messy, her breath heavy, her eyes burning with a wild desperation that clashed against her pride. But she looked alive. Don't ever, she growled between breaths, touch him like that again. Jiren studied her, not with contempt, not even irritation, but with a strange, almost respectful curiosity. You risk everything for him. Why? Caulifla's chest tightened. The words surged to the edge of her tongue, hot and terrifying. Because I care. Because you almost took him from me. Because... She swallowed hard, aura flickering violently. Goku took a step toward her. Caulifla, you don't have to, she snapped without turning around. Don't say anything, not right now. Goku's mouth closed, but his expression softened. He felt her emotion like heat brushing his skin, like a current pulling at him from inside, and something deep in him responded. Not desire, not confusion, not affection he understood, something instinctive and ancient, buried under a lifetime of simplicity he had never questioned. Something awakened by the way she fought, the fire in her voice, the way she'd screamed his name like it meant everything. He didn't understand it, but he felt it, and she felt that he felt it. Caulifla's aura surged again, and she launched herself at Jiren with another scream, fists blazing in gold streaks. She hammered him with blow after blow, each one fueled by the wild trembling fear pooling in her chest, fear of losing him, fear of her heart exposing itself, fear of what she felt. Jiren blocked each strike with controlled precision, but with every impact, his heels dug deeper into the stone. You rely on emotion, he said calmly, even as her attacks pushed him. It will crumble. It keeps me moving, she shouted again. It keeps you fragile. It keeps me strong. Her next punch landed, directly against Jiren's chest, and for a split second, his aura flickered. The spectators gasped. Even Belmode rose from his seat. Goku's eyes widened with something dangerously close to pride. Caulifla's breath hitched at the sensation of her fist touching Jiren's skin, the unbreakable titan actually taking damage. But Jiren's voice cut through the moment like a blade. Emotion is fleeting. When it breaks, his aura expanded in a violent shockwave. So do you. The explosion blasted Caulifla backward, sending her skidding across the ruined tiles. She rolled, scraping her arms and elbows, then slammed into a jagged slab of stone that cracked under the impact. Goku rushed forward. Caulifla! But she pushed herself up immediately, shoulder trembling, blood running down her arm. She glared at Jiren with trembling fury. You don't know anything about me. Jiren stepped forward. Emotion is the enemy of strength. Caulifla's voice broke. Strength isn't everything. That made Jiren pause. Just a breath. Just enough for her to keep talking. If strength is all you care about, then what's the point of fighting? What's the point of winning?
What's the point of any of this? Jiren went still. Her words pierced something deep, something hidden beneath the wall of his power.
Power that had replaced his connections, power that had replaced his bonds, power that had replaced everyone he had ever lost. Caulifla didn't know any of that, but she felt the hollowness in him. You fight like someone who's got nothing left. I fight because I refuse to lose what I have. Jiren's aura tightened. Goku stepped to her side, struggling but standing, eyes soft, voice gentle. Caulifla. She didn't look at him. Couldn't. Her heart was too full and too fragile at the same time. Jiren lowered his stance. This ends now. Caulifla spat blood onto the ground. Yeah, she said, wiping her mouth. It does. Their auras rose, gold and blue, intertwining again without their permission. A resonance, a bond, a pull neither wanted but neither could escape. Goku met her eyes. Ready? Her voice trembled. For you? Always. The words slipped out before she could stop them. Goku blinked. Caulifla froze, eyes widening. She hadn't meant to say that aloud. Jiren moved. A blur of red and silver. The final clash began. And their hearts, both of them, hung exposed on the edge of the universe. Jiren moved first. A flicker, a tremor, a ripple in the air so violent it warped light itself. Then he was there, directly in front of them, striking with a force that felt like the collapse of a dying star. His fist slammed downward in a straight, merciless arc, aimed to end the fight, the tournament, and whatever fragile thread connected the two Saiyans standing before him. Goku and Caulifla reacted in unison. Their auras ignited, blue lightning and gold flames snapping outward in a violent bloom, their bodies shifting instinctively into a mirrored stance neither of them had ever practiced. Their spirits aligned, their ki surged, and they moved as one. Their arms crossed together above their heads, catching Jiren's descending blow with a blast of combined ki that cracked the stone beneath their feet. The collision detonated in a shockwave so massive that even the Grand Priest's robes fluttered. But it wasn't enough. Jiren pressed down. His foot sunk an inch into the stone. Their heels sunk deeper. Each heartbeat felt like a hammer cracking bone. Caulifla felt her muscles begging, burning, tearing. Goku's breath hitched with a sound he tried to hide, but she felt it through their shared stance. She felt everything. And that terrified her more than the pressure threatening to crush them both. Goku gritted his teeth. Caulifla, on 3. 1. No! She shouted, voice cracking as she pushed back with everything inside her. Stop trying to lead. Just fight with me. Her aura flared violently, golden arcs licking across her skin. Goku blinked in surprise, but he didn't argue. He let go of control, letting their energies blend freely, not guided by technique, but by instinct, emotion, and something deeper than neither of them could name. The pressure shifted. Their joint aura surged upward, forming a pillar of blazing light that forced Jiren's fist back by inches. Then more.
Until the two Saiyans roared together, releasing a blast that shattered Jiren's stance and sent him sliding backward across the arena, dust spiraling in his wake. The stands erupted with gasps. Gohan staggered in disbelief. Dad and Caulifla moved like one person. Kale clutched the railing, shaking. Sis, you're amazing, Kaba whispered, awestruck and terrified at the same time. This isn't training anymore. This is something else. Vegeta scowled, jaw tight. Kakarot, what are you doing? But it wasn't really a question. It was an accusation hurled at the part of him Vegeta could never reach. And still, Goku and Caulifla didn't look away from the coming Titan. Jiren stood tall and still, brushing dust from his arm as if their combined strength were nothing but a mild inconvenience. But the slight rise in his brow told a different truth. He recognized the danger now. Your bond amplifies your power, but bonds break. Caulifla spat to the side, blood staining the tiles beneath her. Then try breaking this one. Goku swallowed hard.
chest aching in more ways than one. Caulifla! But she didn't turn. If she did, if she met his eyes right now, she didn't know what might escape her. Her emotions were too raw, her heart too loud, her fear too exposed. And yet his presence behind her felt like gravity, felt like clarity, felt like... No. She shut that thought down so violently her aura flickered. Jiren vanished again. This time he reappeared behind them. Caulifla's instinct screamed. She spun, but too late. The punch to her stomach folded her, breath exploding from her lungs. She flew backward, straight into Goku's arms. He caught her without thinking, cradling her body against his chest. Her breath hitched. His eyes widened. For one impossible moment they froze, her fingers clutching his gi, his arm wrapped around her waist, their hearts thundering in the same frantic rhythm. Goku whispered her name, soft, broken, terrified. Caulifla! She almost answered, almost said something she couldn't take back. But Jiren didn't allow it. A second strike rocketed toward them. Goku twisted, shielding her with his body again. The blow hammered into his back, a sickening crack echoing across the arena as he fell to one knee, still holding her, refusing to let her hit the ground. "Stop taking hits from me!" she screamed, voice tearing in desperation. "I'm not," he gasped, forcing breath through the agony, "letting you fall!" She stared at him, disbelief and fear twisting inside her. "I'm not something you need to protect!" He met her eyes, the pain in his voice raw and unfiltered. "I know, but I can't help it." Her breath caught. The words robbed her of air, not because of meaning, but because of truth. Pure, unfiltered truth. She shoved him away, not in anger, but because she couldn't breathe, couldn't think with him holding her like that. Her aura exploded again, unstable, trembling, wild. "Don't say things like that." Goku stood, ribs screaming, aura flickering weakly. "I can't stop if it's how I feel." Her heart erupted into chaos. Before she could speak, before she could deny it, before she could admit anything, Jiren lunged. The three warriors collided again in a storm of impossible force, the arena collapsing beneath the weight of power and unspoken emotion.
Their hearts, their auras, their bodies. Everything was on the edge now. Everything was unraveling. Everything was beginning. And as Caulifla screamed, charging once more into the jaws of the universe's strongest fighter, her voice cracked with a truth she no longer had the strength to hide. "Goku, I need you with me." And Goku, breath ragged, ribs trembling, answered with the same truth. "I'm not going anywhere." Their auras flared together, blue and gold, fear and fire, heart and instinct, and they charged Jiren one more time. Their combined charge tore through the fractured battlefield, blue lightning flickering through gold flame as the two Saiyans moved in a single, intertwined line. Jiren braced, drawing in a deep, silent breath as his aura pulsed outward in a wave of crushing red force. The collision shook the heavens. Caulifla struck first, her fist blazing with trembling, unstable radiance. Goku's strike followed a heartbeat later, blue ki cracking the air like snapping branches beneath a storm. Their twin impact formed a swirling cyclone of red, gold, and blue, three wills clashing in a violent, spiraling storm. Jiren didn't move. He held, muscles tensing, absorbing their combined assault with frightening ease. The tiles beneath them crumbled, collapsing into the void in chunks as the arena shrank under the weight of their fury. Goku grunted, pushing harder. "He's getting stronger." Caulifla's teeth clenched. "Then so are we." But she felt it. Her power was too sharp, too emotional, too close to breaking. Her aura flickered violently as she pressed in, breath shaking, arms trembling with strain. She refused to acknowledge. Goku glanced sideways at her, through the blinding swirl of ki, sensing the instability before she did. "Caulifla, Your energy. Don't! She snapped, rage and fear twisting together. Don't you dare tell me to hold back! Her power surged again, the ground buckling beneath her feet. Golden sparks erupted, but not like before. These sparks hurt. They tore at her skin, shredded her muscles from the inside. Every heartbeat felt like a blade carving through her chest. Goku saw it. He saw her breaking. And something inside him snapped. Caulifla, stop! No! She screamed it, pouring everything into one final desperate punch. The blow cracked against Jiren's guard with a force that could obliterate worlds. But it wasn't enough. Jiren's aura flashed red. The backlash hit them instantly. A shockwave raged outward, blasting Caulifla off her feet like a rag doll. She spiraled through the air, tumbling violently, barely able to catch a breath before slamming into the far edge of the arena. Caulifla! Goku erupted forward, panic ripping through his voice like lightning through dry wood. He didn't care about Jiren's next move. He didn't think. He didn't strategize. He didn't measure anything. He went to her. Jiren's fist collided with Goku's ribs as he passed, a brutal blow that should have stopped his momentum. But Goku didn't even register it. Pain lanced through his body, but instinct and terror overrode everything. He reached her in a burst of blue, sliding to his knees beside her as she struggled to rise, coughing up flecks of blood. Her aura flickered like a dying flame, her breath ragged, eyes straining to stay open. Caulifla, don't, she rasped, grabbing his forearm with trembling fingers. Don't look at me like that.
He froze. Her grip was weak. Her voice was breaking. Her eyes were glassy with pain she refused to show. I'm fine, she lied through clenched teeth. You're not, Goku whispered, his voice rough with fear. Her lips trembled, fury and shame tearing inside her. I said I'm fine! You're not, he repeated, softer this time, so gentle it cracked her heart. And that's okay. Her breath caught. No one had ever said that to her before. Not Kaba, not Kale, not anyone. Weakness was death. Weakness was unacceptable. Weakness was unforgivable. But Goku didn't see weakness. He saw someone fighting harder than anyone alive. Cauliflower turned away sharply, hiding her expression behind her shaking hand. You can't talk to me like that. Like what? Like you care. The last word slipped out like a wound. Goku's heartbeat lurched. He wanted to answer, truly answer, but he didn't know what the truth even was. He didn't know why his chest hurt when she hurt, why her voice shook inside him, why he kept moving for her without thinking. He didn't understand it. He only understood the feeling. But before he could speak, Jiren appeared behind them, silent, cold, unstoppable. Goku's body moved instantly, spinning and shielding Cauliflower with his own, his arms spread wide, blue aura flaring weakly around him. Jiren stared at him, at the way he covered her, at the fear rising in his eyes. Why do you risk everything for her? Jiren asked quietly. Goku swallowed. He didn't know how to answer. He didn't know the words, but his body answered for him. He didn't move from in front of her. Jiren exhaled. Attachment breeds suffering. Cauliflower pushed herself halfway up, glaring through pain-sharpened eyes. Shut up! You don't get to talk about suffering! Goku looked at her, truly looked, and saw the tremble in her hands, the strain in her spirit, the weight she was carrying alone. She reached for him. Her fingers brushed his forearm. She didn't realize she'd done it. He did. The contact sent a shock through him, nothing to do with Ki, something quieter, something scarier. Jiren closed his stance. Red aura rose. He prepared to strike them both at once. Goku's aura flickered violently, sparks of silver dancing through the blue. Cauliflower's aura shook, unstable, gold flaring around her like a bleeding star. Their Ki intertwined again, refusing to separate. A resonance, a bond. A heartbeat forming between two spirits on the brink of collapse. Goku whispered her name. Cauliflower whispered his back, and the two of them rose together,
barely standing, barely breathing, but still facing Jiren, still refusing to break, still refusing to let go. The next blow fell, the one that would decide everything. Jiren's fist cut through the air with the certainty of an executioner's blade. No wasted movement, no hesitation, just the inevitability of force crashing toward two warriors who could barely stand. Goku tightened his stance in front of Caulifla, his battered arms rising on instinct. Caulifla pushed forward anyway, trying to stand beside him even as her legs buckled beneath the weight of her injuries. "No," he hissed, catching her shoulder with trembling fingers. "Don't you dare order me around."
But the blow landed before she could finish. The impact shook the arena. The sound was sickening, a deep, fleshy crack buried beneath the roar of ki. Goku took the hit full in the chest, his body bowing inward under the pressure. He gasped, blood spraying from his lips as the force launched him backward like a broken comet. Caulifla screamed, "Goku!" She lunged after him, golden aura flaring violently. Her body was torn, her muscles failing, but she didn't care. Every instinct screamed at her to reach him, to catch him, to be between him and whatever came next. But she wasn't fast enough. Goku hit the ground hard, skidding across the fractured tiles, body contorting from the shock of the blow. His vision blurred in a haze of red and white, breath torn from his lungs. His hand twitched toward her, as if trying to reassure her, even while consciousness slipped. Caulifla fell to her knees beside him, hands shaking violently as she grabbed his shoulders. Hey, look at me. Stay awake." Goku coughed, forcing his eyes open. "I'm still here. Stop talking like you're dying." Her voice broke, tears she refused to shed burning behind her eyes. "I'm not." But she could feel him weakening. She could feel his ki fading. She could feel her heart tearing. Her palms glowed gold as she pushed her energy into him, trying to steady his ki. It didn't heal. Saiyan ki couldn't do that, but it warmed him, stabilized him, pulled him back from the edge. He breathed easier, and that tiny, fragile sound nearly broke her. Jiren's footsteps echoed behind them, slow, heavy, merciless. Each step was a countdown. Each step was a sentence. Each step threatened everything she refused to lose. Caulifla turned, rising shakily, her body swaying. Don't come any closer." Jiren paused. "You cannot protect him," he said simply. "You cannot protect yourself." Her fingers curled, nails drawing blood from her palms. "Watch me." Jiren's emotion didn't change. His voice didn't shift, but something flickered behind his eyes. Recognition, understanding, a reflection of a memory long buried beneath strength and silence. "You fight for attachment," he murmured, "for someone you fear losing." Caulifla's breath stuttered. She hated how true the words were. She hated how exposed they made her feel. But she hated most of all that Goku heard them. His eyes opened fully now, fixed on her silhouette standing between him and Jiren. "Caulifla," his voice cracked. "Don't," she said, not turning. "If I look at you now, I'll break." The honesty in her voice stunned him. Jiren lowered into his stance again, red aura rising, pressure swallowing the air. He didn't want to end them out of cruelty. He wanted to erase their weakness. "Move," he ordered. Caulifla took one trembling step forward, golden aura erupting again despite her body screaming in protest. "No." Jiren's eyes narrowed. "Why?" Caulifla's voice trembled, a raw, painful whisper pulled from the deepest part of her. "Because I won't let anyone take him from me." The words were out, spoken, unstoppable. Goku's breath froze in his throat. Her aura surged, violently, beautifully, exploding around her in a furious spiral of gold so bright, even Jiren raised an arm to shield his eyes. She didn't transform. She didn't ascend. But for the briefest moment, her ki matched his.
A flicker, a spark, a resonance so powerful it made the void tremble. Goku stared in shock. "Cauliflower, your power!" She didn't hear him. Her heartbeat drowned everything else out. She launched forward, not fast, not controlled, but with the force born entirely from emotion. She crashed into Jiren with a scream that tore her throat, golden fists slamming against his guard in wild, furious strikes. Each blow shook the air. Each impact cracked the tiles. Each punch was fueled by a fear she had never allowed herself to feel. "You won't take him!" Jiren blocked the attacks, but each one pushed him an inch back. Another. Goku watched, eyes wide, his heart pounding with something he didn't understand. She wasn't fighting for victory. She wasn't fighting for pride. She was fighting for him. Jiren's aura flared in a violent burst, knocking Cauliflower backward. She scared across the floor, catching herself at the last moment, chest heaving, body shaking. Still, she rose. Still, she glared at him. Still, she whispered, voice breaking, "I'm not losing him. I can't." The last word escaped like a confession, and Goku felt his heart twist. He pushed himself to his feet, slowly, painfully, standing beside her again despite every part of his body begging to collapse. Their hands brushed. Not intentional, not planned, but neither pulled away. Jiren stared at the contact between them. A fragile bond, easily shattered. Cauliflower squeezed Goku's hand, a silent, trembling defiance. Goku squeezed back, instinctive, gentle, impossibly sincere. And as their fingers tightened, their auras surged together. A single heartbeat, a single flame, a single choice. Jiren moved. They moved faster. Their combined rush met Jiren in a burst of blue and gold, two spiraling currents of ki twisting together like twin comets falling toward the heart of a dying star. The collision rang across the void, a sound like worlds cracking, sharp, metallic, endless. Jiren's arm shot out to intercept them, but this time they didn't collide with him the way he expected. Goku slipped under his guard with the speed sharpened not by technique, but by instinct, by something raw, something older. Cauliflower mirrored him above, her golden aura bending around her like a fierce halo. She twisted in midair, planting her heel against Jiren's forearm, redirecting his strike just enough. The two Saiyans passed him, one above, one below, and their combined ki slashed outward in a flaring X-shaped burst. Jiren stumbled. Only half a step, but enough. Goku and Cauliflower landed together, back to back, panting. Their auras flickered erratically, ki threads sparking across the shattered tiles. Every breath hurt. Every motion felt like tearing through fire. Cauliflower swallowed hard, voice barely above a whisper. "We're actually pushing him." Goku nodded, breath ragged. "Yeah, but it's taking everything we've got." She wanted to say she didn't care, that she'd go past everything she had if it meant protecting him. But her throat closed around the words. Jiren straightened, aura rumbling like an awakening thunderstorm. You adapt to each other. Your synchronization grows. Fascinating. He stepped forward. The entire arena seemed to tilt toward him. But understand this, he continued quietly. Attachment breeds hesitation, and hesitation is death.
He vanished. Caulifla spun, but too slow. A fist struck her ribs, lifting her off her feet in a violent arc. Before she could hit the ground, Jiren appeared behind her, driving his elbow into her shoulder. She plummeted downward, only for Goku to catch her mid-fall, arms wrapping around her body with desperate reflex. She gasped, pain ripping through her side. "I told you, stop catching me! And I told you, I can't help it!" Her breath shook. His arms tightened, their eyes locked in a moment too close, too fragile, too real. Caulifla pushed off him with trembling force. "Damn it, Goku! I don't want you getting hurt because of me!" He stared at her, really stared, through pain, through fear, through something new rising beneath both. "You're not the reason I get hurt," he said softly. "Fighting without you would hurt worse." Her heart lurched. She couldn't breathe, not because of injury, because of him. But Jiren gave no space for hearts to falter. His silhouette blurred forward, hand extended toward Goku's chest, a killing blow aimed cleanly at the center of his ki. Caulifla didn't think. She moved. Her body crossed in front of Goku's, arms raised, aura exploding outward as she screamed, "Stay away from him!" Jiren's blow landed, but it didn't pierce her. It didn't break her. Instead, the moment it connected, her aura detonated. Not in a transformation, not in a power boost, but in a violent rejection of his energy. Golden ki flared outward in a shockwave that split the arena floor, forcing Jiren's feet to slide back. His eyes widened. His arms shook from the impact. Caulifla stayed standing, barely. Her knees trembled. Her breath came in sharp, painful gasps. But she endured it. For him. Goku grabbed her shoulder, voice trembling. "Caulifla, you can't keep blocking hits like that!" "I'm not letting him touch you again," she snapped, hair falling across her eyes as she roared at Jiren. "Not while I'm still breathing!" Jiren stared at her, expression unreadable. A crack in the armor of his stoicism, a flicker of memory of the people he'd lost, the bonds that had broken him. "You are driven by fear. Fear of loss." Caulifla's eyes glistened, fury burning through the sheen. "Maybe I am, but I'm still here." She launched forward in a wild burst of speed, fists glowing bright enough to burn away the shadows. Her punches were reckless, desperate, fueled by raw emotion. But she wasn't alone. Goku appeared beside her. Not leading, not guiding, just there. Matching her, supporting her, becoming part of her rhythm. Their attacks wove together, a chaotic but strangely beautiful harmony. Caulifla's strikes were fierce crescents of gold, Goku's came in sharp, cutting arcs of blue. Their energies twined and danced around each other like twin flames caught in the same wind. Jiren's arms blurred as he blocked, redirected, and absorbed their frenzied assault. But there was a shift, a tiny one. He was no longer completely unshaken. Their blows pushed him half a step back, then another. Then a fist broke through his guard. Caulifla's. It struck his jaw with a crack that echoed across the void.
Goku followed instantly, his own punch slamming into Jiren's torso. Jiren slid backward across the arena, boots carving deep lines into the crumbling stone. For the first time, the mighty Titan looked off balance. The gods leaned forward. The Grand Priest tilted his head. Belmont's grin faltered. Caulifla panted, body shaking violently. We did it!" Goku stared at her stunned. "Your power! Caulifla! It's incredible!" She turned her face away to hide the flush burning across her cheeks. "Don't say stuff like that when I'm already barely holding together." "Why?" he asked softly. Her voice broke. "Because when you say it, it feels real." He stepped closer without thinking. She didn't step away. Jiren rose again, slowly, quietly, unbroken. But for the first time, he looked almost human.
He touched his jaw where her fist had landed, eyes settling on them with a new, sharp focus. You two are dangerous together. Goku's aura burned. Caulifla's flared. Together, they stepped forward. A heartbeat, a bond, a choice. The clash resumed, and everything trembled. Jiren blurred forward with enough force to tear the light from the air. Space warped around his movement, red ki streaking like a comet's tail behind him as he descended upon the two Saiyans with the certainty of a falling world. Goku and Caulifla didn't retreat. They leaned in, together. Their auras snapped into alignment in the instant before impact, blue flowing into gold, gold crackling through blue. A resonance hummed between them, soft at first, then fierce enough to make the fractured tiles beneath them vibrate. Jiren struck. Their counterstrike met him mid-charge. The explosion swallowed the arena. A storm of red, gold, and blue detonated outward in a spiraling dome of force that blasted debris into the void. The gods braced themselves. Angels raised their hands. The stand shuddered under the weight of their clash. And in the center of it all, Goku and Caulifla pushed together, shoulder to shoulder, back curved against the storm, hands braced against Jiren's fist as if supporting the roof of the cosmos itself. Caulifla's voice ripped through the roar. "Goku, don't let go!" His jaw clenched. "I'm right here!" Their hands overlapped, fingers brushing. The contact burned like lightning. Jiren pressed harder, red aura erupting in sharp, violent bursts. His sheer power pierced through their defenses, driving them down to their knees. Their bones creaked under the pressure. Their ki bent and curled inward, barely holding its shape. Caulifla's breath hitched. "I can't hold!" "You can," he whispered fiercely. "You already are!" Her voice steadied her, infuriated her, saved her. Her aura exploded upward again, but not with rage, with something deeper, something raw, something she had run from since this battle began. Fear. Not of Jiren, not of losing. Fear of what Goku made her feel. Fear that if she let it grow, it would destroy her. Fear that if she didn't, it would destroy her anyway. Jiren felt her surge. His eyes narrowed. "Your power rises with your emotion. It is unstable." Caulifla snarled through clenched teeth. "Everything is unstable!" Goku glanced at her, pain and awe mixing on his face. "Caulifla!"
"I don't know what this is," she hissed. "I don't know why I feel like my chest is going to explode. I don't know why every time you get hit, I lose my mind." The words came out like blows, ragged and bleeding. Jiren pressed harder, crushing their hands into the floor. Attachment weakens. "No, it doesn't!" Caulifla's roar split the air. Her aura erupted in a violent pillar of gold. The blast threw Jiren back a full meter, forcing him to plant his feet as the arena groaned beneath the impact. Goku stared at her, stunned. Her body trembled from the effort. Her breath came in shallow gasps. Her eyes shimmered with something she refused to let fall. "You think I'm weaker because I care? No, I'm stronger because I care." Her voice cracked. She hated that it cracked. Jiren straightened, expression unreadable. Power born of emotion burns fast, burns bright, burns out. "Then I'll burn, as long as it means he's still standing." Goku's heart twisted. He didn't understand many things. He didn't understand love the way others did. He didn't understand how to read his own heart. But he understood this. Her pain hurt him. Her fear shook him. Her resolve moved him. And her words, they hit him harder than any blow Jiren had thrown. He stepped toward her without thinking, placing his hand over hers. Her fingers trembled beneath his touch, but she didn't pull away. Not this time. "Caulifla," he whispered, voice soft as breath. "I feel something too." Her eyes widened, so fast, so raw, that it nearly pulled her breath away. But Jiren intervened. "I
We'll end this. He raised both hands, red ki gathered between his palms, swirling into a dense, crackling sphere of annihilation. The air dipped inward, pulled toward the growing nucleus of power. Debris levitated, the void twisted. It was an attack meant to erase them. Goku wrapped an arm around Caulifla before she could respond, pulling her close, shielding her with his body and ki in the same motion. Their faces were inches apart, close enough to see her fear, close enough to see his. "Stay with me," Goku said softly. Her breath caught. "Always." The sphere launched. The world became light. Goku and Caulifla braced, channeling every shred of ki they had left into a single beam of defiance, blue and gold spiraling together toward the oncoming tide. The two attacks collided. The universe shook. The shockwave devoured sound. Light exploded across the cosmos. The arena crumbled beneath them. Their feet slid. Their arms shook. Their vision blurred. But neither let go. Not of the beam. Not of each other. Jiren stepped forward, pouring more power into his attack. The red sphere expanded, pushing the sands back inch by agonizing inch. Caulifla's strength faltered. Her beam flickered. Her knees buckled. Goku grabbed her hand, holding it firmly with his own, feeding her ki, feeding her courage. "You're not alone," he whispered. "Not in this fight, not ever." Her heart clenched. Her aura flared. Her beam reignited. Together they roared, and the lights of the multiverse trembled at the sound. The beam struggled toward the arena apart, blue and gold intertwined like living fire, spiraling forward in a furious torrent that pushed back against Jiren's expanding red sphere. The void shook under the weight of clashing destinies. The Grand Priest raised a hand, containing the shock waves with a quiet ease that made the gods themselves look fragile.
Goku and Caulifla leaned forward together, shoulders nearly touching, breath sinking as their power poured from every corner of their battered bodies. But Jiren didn't waver. He stepped closer. His boots cracked the stones beneath him. His aura raged upward in a towering inferno of crimson, swallowing light itself. Every inch he advanced pushed the Saiyans back by 2. Their heels began to slide. Caulifla's arms trembled violently, gold sparks flickering out around her hands. The pressure crushed her lungs, squeezed her ribs, blurred her vision. Her breath came in broken bursts, her spirit straining against the tide. "I can't," she choked out as her knees buckled. Goku moved instantly. He shifted behind her, bracing her with his body. One arm wrapped around her waist, steadying her. The other covered her hand where their ki flowed, holding it firmly as if anchoring her to existence itself. She gasped, eyes widening at the warmth pressed against her back, at the steady pulse of his aura merging with hers. "Caulifla," Goku whispered against her ear, voice raw but unwavering. "I won't let you fall." Her heart stuttered. Her breath caught, her entire world narrowed to the feeling of him, solid, trembling, but unbroken behind her, lifting her power by touching not her body, but her resolve. "You're not doing this alone. Not anymore." A trembling sound escaped her, half sob, half breath, entirely unguarded. She hated that he heard it. She loved that he didn't pull away. Her aura flared violently, a golden arc bursting upward like a phoenix screaming against the night. The combined beam surged brighter, flooding the arena with gold-blue radiance. Jiren's eye twitched, the first crack in his perfect composure. He poured more power into his sphere, the red glow darkening into something dense enough to bend the air. "You two," he said, voice low over the storm. "Cling to each other as if that will save you." Caulifla snarled back, leaning into Goku's support. "It will save us." Jiren's voice hardened. "No, it will destroy you." He pushed. The red sphere grew. Their beams shrank. Caulifla's aura faltered. Her legs trembled beyond control. She collapsed backward, but Goku caught her fully this time.
her back pressed against his chest, his arms anchoring hers, their joined hands locked forward towards the beam, as if they were one warrior with two hearts pounding in wild, terrified unity. Her breath broke. "Goku, I can't." "You are stronger than this," he said, voice trembling, "because you're fighting for something real." What does that even mean?" She gasped through tears she refused to let fall. "It means," Goku swallowed hard, tightening his grip on her trembling hands, "whatever's happening between us, it's giving me strength I've never felt before." Caulifla's heart shattered at the edges, not from pain, from the danger of believing him. Her golden aura flickered into brilliance. Jiren stepped closer again. Their beam buckled. Caulifla squeezed Goku's hand, voice breaking. "If we lose, you're gone, I'm gone, everything. Then we don't lose." His forehead brushed the back of her shoulder as he poured his last reserves into their beam. "Not today. Not like this." Their ki roared forward, a raging spiral of gold and blue, bright enough to stain the void with color. But Jiren wasn't finished. He roared, the sound vibrating through the arena like a collapsing mountain. His aura spiked. His fear doubled in size, swallowing their combined attack as if devouring their hope. Their being cracked, their bodies strained. Caulifla screamed as her arms gave out, but Goku refused to let her fall. He wrapped his arms fully around her, holding her upright as if she were the last anchor keeping him from drifting away. His head dropped beside hers, breath shaking, voice trembling with something deeper than battle instinct. "Caulifla, listen to me. I'm trying." "No." His voice broke. "Listen." She turned her head slightly, enough to see his eyes blazing through the dust and light, not with calm, but with desperation. "I'm not fighting because of the universe. I'm fighting because of you." Her breath shattered. She had no answer. Her heart did. It erupted. Caulifla's scream tore from her soul as her aura ignited in a violent blast of gold that lit the void like a newborn sun. Goku's aura blue wrapped it, intertwined with it, fed it until it roared high enough to split Jiren's attack down the middle. The universe exploded with light. Jiren's fear cracked. Their beam surged forward. The shockwave swallowed everything. When the dust cleared, Jiren stood panting, arms smoking, aura shattered in flickering fragments. Goku and Caulifla still stood, not tall, not steady, not composed, but together. Their bodies trembled, their breath rasped, their auras flickered like dying lanterns in a storm. But they did not step apart, not even by instinct, not even by accident. Jiren took a single step forward. The tiles cracked under his heel. The very air bent around him. "You two, your power intertwines in a way I have never witnessed." Caulifla wiped the blood from her mouth, glaring through strands of hair that clung to her sweat-soaked cheeks. "Get used to it!" Goku's chest rose and fell in pained waves. He couldn't hide the tremor in his arms. The last clash had taken everything from him. Everything except the fire in his eyes. "If you're coming, we'll face you together." Jiren studied them with something dangerously close to curiosity, maybe even respect. Then he vanished. Caulifla's instinct screamed, but not fast enough.
Jiren appeared behind her, fist already descending toward her spine. Goku moved before thought, before instinct, before reason. He twisted his body around hers, pulling her tight against him as Jiren's fist struck his back with earth-shattering force. The blow sent cracks racing across the arena, but Goku held her, absorbing every ounce of the strike. Her scream broke like glass. "Goku, stop taking hits for me!" His breath shuddered as pain surged through his torso. "I can't!" "Yes, you can!" she cried, voice breaking. "Stop hurting yourself because of me!" But his answer wasn't spoken. It trembled through his arms around her. It pulsed through his ki surrounding her. It lived in the way he refused to let her go. Jiren's foot pivoted hard, preparing a follow-up strike that would destroy them both in their entwined stance. Caulifla's golden aura exploded outward. She shoved Goku to the side and spun, her heel crashing into Jiren's jaw with a desperate, feral scream. The impact snapped his head back and sent a ripple of fractured energy through his aura. But the kick destroyed her balance. She collapsed onto one knee, coughing blood, vision swimming. Goku dropped beside her instantly. "Caulifla! Caulifla, talk to me!" She shoved him weakly with the back of her hand. Don't look at me like that." "Like what?" "Like I matter." The confession left her trembling, breath ragged, eyes burning. Goku froze. Jiren didn't. He advanced again, silent, merciless, unstoppable. Caulifla forced herself up, legs shaking, every nerve screaming in protest. "I won't let him take you away." Her aura flickered, then reignited. Not brighter, but sharper, fiercer, as if her spirit had been distilled into something unbreakable and burning. Goku rose beside her, shoulder brushing hers. He looked at her the way he never looked at anyone, not with innocence, not with excitement, not with battle hunger, but with recognition. Recognition of something he didn't have words for, something he felt anyway. He whispered her name like it was a secret. "Caulifla." Her breath caught. Don't say it like that." "Why?" "Because she shattered. "I won't survive it." Their eyes locked, the space between them humming with energy that had nothing to do with ki. Then, Jiren struck. A blur of red erupted between them with a shockwave that cracked the arena. Goku tumbled left, Caulifla right, their hands just missing each other as they were ripped into opposite directions. Jiren followed Caulifla first. His fist collided with her guard, sending her flying across the shrinking battlefield. She hit a jagged slab, her body folding around the impact. Pain shot through her spine, white-hot and blinding. Goku roared her name, a sound torn from his soul. He blurred forward, aura flaring weakly, silver sparks flickering at the edges of his blue form. Ultra Instinct, the whisper of it, trembled in the air. But he wasn't ready. Not physically. Not spiritually. Not yet. He stumbled. Jiren seized the opening, driving his elbow toward Goku's chest. Caulifla moved before thought. She lunged in front of Goku again, arms spread, aura flaring like a golden shield ready to break for him 100 times over. "Don't touch him!" The impact hit her instead. The strike echoed through the void like thunder breaking bone. She flew backward, but Goku caught her midair, arms wrapping around her, pulling her close, refusing to let her hit the ground. Her eyes fluttered, unfocused. Her breath trembled. Her forehead pressed weakly against his chest. "Goku, I can't." His voice shattered as he whispered into her hair. "I'm not letting you go. Not now, not ever." Jiren stood above them, aura gathering again, preparing the blow that would end this connection, this defiance, this fragile, impossible bond. But in Goku's chest, beneath pain, beneath fear, beneath everything, something stirred. Something clean, something instinctive, something divine. Silver light flickered again, this time stronger. Caulifla felt it, her eyes widening as she clutched his gi. "Goku, what's happening to you?" He didn't know. He only knew one thing. He wasn't rising for the universe. He wasn't rising for pride. He wasn't rising for the fight. He was rising for her. Silver ki burst outward, not fully formed, but enough to shatter the entire field of force around them. Jiren staggered back. Goku stood holding Caulifla in his arms, silver and blue dancing around them like twin wings. The transformation wasn't complete, but the awakening was. And Caulifla, barely conscious, bleeding, trembling, whispered the truth she could no longer bury. I need you." Goku's breath caught. His aura surged. Goku's aura shimmered between two worlds, the familiar blue of Super Saiyan Blue and the trembling silver-edged whisper of Ultra Instinct blooming beneath his skin like a second heartbeat. It wasn't stable, It wasn't complete, but it was awake. And Caulifla felt it. Even half-conscious in his arms, her fingers curled into his gi as if clinging to the pulse of light rising from him. The arena trembled, the void dimmed. Jiren watched, with an expression carved from stone, unreadable but no longer indifferent. Goku slowly lowered Caulifla to her feet, supporting her by the shoulders. She wobbled, her knees shaking so violently he kept both hands on her arms, steadying her as if she were glass, breakable, precious, vital. "Goku!" he whispered, her voice thin, almost childlike from exhaustion. "You're glowing." He swallowed. "I don't know if I can control it." "Then don't." She forced a weak smile. "Just don't leave me." His breath hitched. He didn't understand why those words struck deeper than any punch. He only knew he would rather die than step away from her. "I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere." Jiren stepped forward. The temperature dropped. The air compressed. His aura surged in a controlled, crushing wave. "This bond of yours awakens power, but it also awakens fear. And fear," his voice dipped, "will break you." Caulifla staggered, fire lighting through her gaze despite the blood dripping from her chin. "No, it makes us stronger." Jiren's eyes narrowed. "Prove it." He vanished.
He reappeared above them, descending with a strike meant to obliterate the ground beneath their feet. Goku spun around Caulifla, catching her against his chest as he leapt back, the punch landing only inches from them, the shockwave peeling the arena like paper. Caulifla gasped, arms instinctively gripping his neck. Stopping hits from me." "I can't," Goku roared, aura flaring violently. "I won't." He set her down, but his hands lingered on her waist, steadying her, grounding her. She didn't step away. She couldn't. Her legs wouldn't obey. And her heart? Her heart didn't want to. Jiren lunged again. This time, Caulifla moved first. She threw herself in front of Goku, not with strength, not with technique, but with the raw determination of someone who would rather break her body than watch him fall. Goku realized what she was doing half a second too late. "Caulifla!" Her fist met Jiren's. The impact tore open her knuckles. Pain surged through her arm. Her aura cracked like brittle glass. But she stayed standing. She screamed with the effort, voice shaking, body bending, but she did not fall. Jiren stared at her, a flicker of something like disbelief in his eyes. "You continue to oppose me," he said quietly, "even as your body collapses." Caulifla gritted her teeth, tears burning her eyes. "Because he's behind me." Jiren's expression hardened. "And what happens when he's gone?" Before she could answer, Goku appeared at her side, silver blue aura flaring. "He won't be." He caught her wrist with trembling fingers, gently lowering her fist as if lowering a blade she didn't need to wield alone. "Caulifla." His voice sounded different now. Soft. Dangerous. Sincere. I don't want you breaking yourself from me." Her breath trembled. "Then stop making me care so much!" The admission fell between them like a spark on dry grass. Goku's heart lurched. He didn't understand the emotion, but he felt it, raw, undeniable, terrifyingly real. "I care too," he said quietly. Caulifla's eyes widened, breath catching in her throat. She had no armor for that, no training, no defense. Jiren's aura exploded. Their moments shattered. "You two are allowing emotion to cloud your resolve." Goku stepped forward, shielding Caulifla with emotion so instinctive, so natural, he didn't even realize he'd done it. "It's not clouding it, it's giving it purpose." Jiren's eyes narrowed. "Then witness true resolve." He struck. Goku moved faster. The silver sparks bursting across his skin flared into streaks. Not ultra instinct, but the threshold of it. He ducked under Jiren's punch with fluid, instinctive motion, a movement he hadn't learned, so much as rediscovered from somewhere deep within. He hit back with a palm strike that sent Jiren sliding 3 meters across the arena. Caulifla stared, breathless. "Goku, your movements." "I'm not at full power, but something's changing." "Because of what?" she demanded. He looked at her, eyes blazing with a truth even he didn't fully comprehend. "You." Her knees wavered. Her aura flickered. Her heartbeat stuttered painfully.
Jiren appeared between them instantly, fists striking in a blur. Goku caught the blow meant for Cauliflower, but the force sent him flying backward. Cauliflower screamed his name and dashed after Jiren, her golden aura erupting despite the damage tearing through her muscles. She launched a barrage of punches, wild, desperate, each one trembling with fear and fury and everything she hadn't confessed. Jiren blocked effortlessly. Until Goku returned. Their auras collided, gold and silver blue slamming into Jiren with a force that cracked the ground beneath them. Cauliflower's fist struck Jiren's ribs. Goku's kick caught his jaw. Their movements overlapped without them planning it, like their bodies had learned each other's rhythm. Jiren skidded back, breathing hard, finally forced to regroup. Goku and Cauliflower stood together, barely standing, barely breathing, but still united, still burning, still refusing to let go. Their fingers brushed again. This time neither pulled away. Their auras intertwined, and Jiren spoke the truth none of them wanted to hear. In this moment, the two of you are more dangerous than anything I have ever faced. Goku's aura surged. Cauliflower's eyes blazed. The next clash would not be about strength. It would be about the truth between them, unspoken, unstoppable, undeniable. Their auras clashed against the void like twin storms rising from the same heart. Goku's silver blue ki flickered in sharp, unstable pulses across his skin, each spark a whisper of godlike instinct trying to break free. Cauliflower's golden aura trembled violently, stretched thin between agony and wild determination. Jiren stood before them, chest rising in deliberate breaths, red aura cracking the remaining stones beneath his feet. He had never looked more dangerous. He had never looked more aware. "Your bond is powerful," he said, voice echoing across the broken arena. "But power built on emotion is fragile." Cauliflower spat blood onto the ground. "Funny, you keep saying that." Her aura surged, but her legs shook. Her knuckles were raw. Every breath hurt, but she kept stepping forward, kept standing between Goku and danger. Goku moved to her side again, hand brushing her elbow, steadying her before she collapsed. She shot him a glare, not of anger, but of fear. "Stop touching me when I'm trying to fight," she muttered, voice trembling. "I'm trying to help." "Will stop," she snapped, though her voice broke on the last syllable. Goku's eyes softened. "You don't want me to." Her breath hitched. "I don't know what I want." But she did know. She just couldn't say it. Not here. Not now. Not with her heart tearing itself apart at the thought of him falling. Jiren's took a step forward, one controlled, crushing step that sent winds spiraling into a cyclone around him. "This ends now." Cauliflower felt her body tense, instinct screaming, fear twisting, her heart racing so fast she thought her ribs would break. She forced her fists up, ignoring the pain shooting through her arms. Goku stepped in front of her.
Cauliflower grabbed his wrist instantly, pulling him back with surprising force for someone barely holding consciousness. "No," she hissed, voice sharp with panic. "Don't you dare put yourself in front of me again." "Cauliflower, I mean it!" Her voice cracked. "I can't watch you get hurt anymore." Goku froze. Her eyes were glassy with pain she hadn't wanted him to see. Her voice trembled with a truth she couldn't control. Jiren blurred. One moment he stood across the arena. The next he was inches away, fists drawn back, aura exploding around him. Cauliflower lunged, not forward, not into Jiren, but toward Goku. Her arms wrapped around him in pure instinct, shielded him with her body, golden aura flaring in a shield of wild, trembling fire. "No!" Jiren's fist struck her square in the ribs. The crack echoed across the void like a dying star. Her scream ripped from her throat as she flew backward with Goku in her arms, twisting midair so she crashed into the stone first, absorbing the impact into her already broken body. The arena trembled. Dust exploded around them. Goku's eyes went wide. Caulifla! He pushed himself off her, hands shaking as he lifted her shoulders gently. Her breath came in shallow, broken gasps, blood running from the corner of her mouth. And still, she forced a smile. You idiot. Why do I care so damn much? Her voice cracked. Her fingers curled weakly into his shirt. Her forehead pressed against his chest. Goku's arms wrapped around her without hesitation, pulling her close, holding her as if anchoring her to life. Jiren watched them in silence, not moving, not attacking, just observing, as if trying to understand something that defied every belief he had forged through suffering. Goku lowered his head to Caulifla's hair, voice trembling. You shouldn't have taken that hit, she whispered weakly. You were in front of it. I wasn't going to let that happen. His hand cradled the back of her head, fingers trembling. You can't keep saving you? Her eyes flickered open, meeting his from inches away. Then stop being someone I'm willing to break myself for. The words struck him harder than any blow Jiren had landed. Caulifla's aura flickered as she tried to stand, tried to push away from him, but her legs buckled again. Goku caught her instantly, lifting her by the waist. The touch made her inhale sharply, her face flushing with anger and something else she couldn't name. Damn you, why do you make this so hard? Goku didn't answer, couldn't answer, because he didn't understand it either. He only knew it hurt worse than any wound to see her collapsing, to see her breaking herself for him. He set her gently on her feet, but kept one arm around her waist to keep her upright. She didn't push it away this time. She didn't have the strength. Jiren's voice finally broke through the fragile moment. Is this the extent of your resolve? To cling to each other and fall together? Goku's aura flared. Caulifla's fingers tightened weakly around his wrist. No, Goku said quietly. Jiren tilted his head. Then rise.
Goku's eyes narrowed, silver sparks dancing through his blue aura. I will. He glanced at Caulifla, and she will too. She coughed, blood staining her lips, but her eyes lit with fire. You're damn right I will. Their auras rose again, shaky, flickering, but alive. Goku's hand slid down to hers. She let him take it. Their fingers intertwined, a fragile, trembling link between two warriors standing on the edge of collapse. Jiren lifted his arm. The next blow would decide the fate of their bond, the fate of their power, the fate of their hearts. And as their auras entwined one more time, Caulifla whispered the truth she could no longer bury. Goku, don't let go. He squeezed her hand. I won't. And together, broken, bleeding, unstoppable, they stepped toward Jiren as one. Jiren charged. The arena groaned beneath the pressure of his acceleration, chunks of broken stone lifting into the air as if gravity itself recoiled from the force. His aura pulsed outward in a crimson shockwave that made the void tremble like a living thing. Goku and Caulifla didn't move, not at first. They stood together, fingers clasped, breath sinking, hearts vibrating with the same frantic, terrified rhythm. Their auras flickered in opposing colors, blue and gold, but the energy between their hands glowed a pale silver, as if something celestial struggled to be born from their connection. Caulifla squeezed his hand hard enough to bruise. Don't let go. I won't. Jiren's fist descended, a tidal wave, a falling star, and execution. Goku jerked Caulifla into his arms and spun, raising his elbow to guard, but she slapped his arm away with a furious cry. Stop protecting me! Her golden aura erupted in a violent burst, and she met Jiren's fist with her own. The impact tore through her shoulder, ripping pain down her spine, but she stayed standing. Goku lunged beside her, catching Jiren's follow-up strike with a silver-edged block that sent sparks spiraling into the air. Then, they moved. Together. Goku pivoted left, Caulifla pivoted right, their joined hands twisted between their bodies as they spun around Jiren like twin blades orbiting a single point. Their free fists struck in mirrored arcs, colliding with Jiren's guard at the same instant. Once. Twice. 3 times. The rhythm was imperfect, chaotic, messy, but alive. Goku roared as his fist slammed into Jiren's ribs. Caulifla's kick cracked against Jiren's forearm. Their linked hands pulled them into each attack like a shared heartbeat syncing their movements.
Jiren skid back half a step. Just half. But it was enough. The gods leaned forward. The angels paused. Kale clasped her hands over her mouth. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, jealousy cracking open into something like awe. Goku tightened his grip on Caulifla's hand. "We can do this." Her voice cracked. "We better." Jiren straightened. His aura exploded. Red lightning raked the ground. The arena floor peeled upward in massive plates that floated around them like drifting islands of rubble. And Jiren vanished. Goku felt the shift first, a pressure to his left. Caulifla felt the air tremble behind her.
They spun, dragging each other around by the hand. Jiren appeared between them. His elbow crashed into Goku's sternum. His knee slammed into Caulifla's stomach. The two Saiyans flew in opposite directions, their fingers tearing apart as they were ripped away from each other. Caulifla hit the ground first. Goku hit the wall of rubble a breath later. Pain swallowed thought. Blood filled their mouths. Their auras dimmed to flickering ghosts. Jiren stood in the center of the arena, breathing softly, calm, controlled, merciless. Your bond is powerful, but bonds break. Caulifla forced her trembling legs to move, one knee, then the other. She spat blood, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "You don't know anything about me." Jiren tilted his head. "I know that strength built on fear cannot last." Caulifla's breath stuttered. Fear. Yes, she was terrified. Not of Jiren, not of losing the tournament, but of losing Goku, of watching him fall, of realizing too late what her heart had decided without her permission. She pushed herself to her feet. "I'm not fighting from fear," she whispered. "I'm fighting because I care." Jiren's aura pulsed. Caulifla pointed at him with a trembling fist. "And caring isn't weakness. Not for me, not for him." Across the arena, Goku rose slowly, holding his side, breathing through clenched teeth. His vision blurred, but Caulifla's silhouette burned through the haze, standing, shaking, defiant. He felt something break open in his chest. Something warm. Something clear. Something terrifying. He stepped toward her. Then faster. Then faster, until he blurred behind her in a streak of blue-silver light. Caulifla gasped as his hand touched her shoulder gently. "I feel it too." Her heart nearly stopped. Goku looked down, eyes shining with something more vulnerable than any wound he carried. "When you're hurt, it hurts me." Her breath caught in her throat. She didn't have words. She didn't have breath. She only took his hand, trembling, desperate, and held it against her chest. "This is why I'm scared." Goku swallowed hard. "I'm scared too."
Silence swept across the void like the inhale before a divine judgment. The arena, once sprawling, fractured, alive with the footfalls of warriors, had been reduced to a single trembling island of stone suspended above nothingness. Every fallen fragment glowed faintly in the darkness like the remnants of a shattered star. On that last surviving piece of reality stood three figures: Goku, Caulifla, Jiren. Their breaths rasped in the quiet. Their auras flickered like dying embers clawing against the wind. High above them, Beerus leaned forward on the edge of his throne, golden eyes narrowing. There was tension in the angle of his shoulders, a hunter sensing the birth of something impossible, something forbidden. Whis, ever calm, watched with his hands folded neatly behind his back, though a faint glow shimmered in his pupils, reflecting the white light that had exploded from Goku and Caulifla's last clash. "Remarkable," Whis whispered. "Not fusion, not technique, something instinctual." Beerus exhaled sharply. "I don't like it."
Because you don't understand it? Whis replied. Beerus's tail flicked once. Because it's turning him into something else. Below, Goku and Caulifla steadied themselves on the crumbling platform. Their hands were still joined, not by strategy now, but necessity. Their fingers trembled against each other. Their ki pulsed and tangled in strange, luminous threads between their palms. Caulifla felt it first, a warmth rising through her arm where their hands touched, spreading into her chest and lungs, easing the pain that had been strangling her breaths. She blinked, dazed. Goku, her voice cracked. Your energy, it's mixing with mine. He inhaled, eyes widening. I feel it too. The silver flickers dancing across his aura sparked again, brighter this time, steadying into thin trails that wrapped around her golden glow like vines of moonlight winding through fire. She swallowed hard, pulse racing. What is happening to us? His answer came quiet, scared, honest. I don't know. The uncertainty in Goku's voice struck something deep in her. He was never uncertain, never shaken, but now, standing beside her, his breath trembling, his eyes raw with fear and something that felt dangerously like longing, Caulifla felt her heart lurch painfully in her chest. She squeezed his hand. He squeezed back. Jiren stepped forward, breaking the fragile moment. His aura rose, pillar-like, red flames licking the edge of the sky. But the emotion behind his power, raw, ancient, grieving, felt different now. There was something almost mournful in the way he looked at them. Something like accusation. Something like recognition. So this is the source of your resolve, he said quietly. Not pride, not purpose, not strength, but each other. Caulifla glared through strands of sweat-drenched hair. And what of it? Jiren's eyes hardened. It is a weakness. Goku stepped forward before she could spit another retort, his voice low. Maybe for you. Jiren's aura crackled violently. Goku's expression changed, shifting from boyish sincerity to something older, quieter, far more rare. A kind of clarity. A kind of peace. He said, glancing sideways at Caulifla, for us, it's the reason we're still standing.
The words hit her like a blow. Her breath caught, her knees nearly buckled, and for the first time since she'd learned to throw a punch, she couldn't control the heat rising to her face. She looked away, but her fingers tightened around his, betraying her. Jiren's voice echoed like thunder breaking stone. Then show me this resolve, show me the strength born from attachment, and I will break it. He lifted both hands. The void convulsed. A cyclone of red aura erupted around him, collapsing inward until it formed a dense, dark sphere. Energy compressed past sanity, past logic, past the threshold of destruction. Even the gods reacted. Beerus rose from his seat. That attack! Whis nodded. It will erase them entirely if they falter for even a second. Caulifla's teeth clenched. Her knees trembled under the pressure of Jiren's rising power. Goku, we can't take that head on. Goku didn't look away from the incoming storm. He didn't blink. He lifted her hand to his chest, pressing her palm over his heart. The contact froze her breath. This, he whispered, is where our strength comes from. This moment. You, me, together. Caulifla's throat tightened painfully. Goku? His aura surged, silver and blue rising violently around them, swirling with her gold until the air hummed with energy none of the spectators had words for. Jiren hurled the sphere. It tore through the air like a falling star intent on ending them. Goku and Caulifla stepped forward, not in strategy, not in fear, but in complete, terrifying synchronicity. Their ki flared in a pillar of white gold silver light. Their hands clasped, their hearts aligned. The attack descended upon them like the end of worlds, and they met it together. The explosion swallowed the entire arena. Light, heat, silence. When the radiance cleared, Goku and Caulifla stood at the epicenter, trembling, gasping, but alive. Their fused ki shield had cracked and shattered, but it had held. Jiren's eyes widened to fraction. Beerus whispered, almost reverently, "Kakarot, what have you become?" Caulifla looked at Goku in disbelief, her voice breaking. "You protected me without blocking from me?" Goku looked down at their hands, still linked, glowing faintly. "I didn't protect you. We protected each other." Her heart stuttered. Their auras flared again. Jiren stepped forward. So be it. The next clash would break something. In the arena, in their bodies, in the balance of gods, or in their hearts. But they stepped into it anyway. Together.
Jiren's aura erupted upward in a pillar of crimson fury. The blast of wind sent Goku and Caulifla sliding back a half step, their fingers nearly slipping. Goku's arm shot around her back instinctively, pulling her close before she could fall. Caulifla's breath caught at the unexpected closeness, but she didn't fight it. Not now, not with the void shaking around them. He whispered, voice trembling with urgency. "When he attacks, stay with me. Don't break away." "Why?" she asked, breathless. "Because when we split, we fall apart." Her heart lurched painfully at the truth in his tone. She didn't answer. She only reached up with her free hand and gripped his wrist, quietly, fiercely, anchoring herself to him. Jiren vanished. A burst of red tore the air apart behind them. Caulifla pivoted first, dragging Goku with her by sheer instinct. Their bodies moved in sync without planning, without strategy, without anything except a shared pulse speeding through their veins. Jiren's punch collided with Goku's guard, silver sparks flying. Caulifla's knee shot up, slamming into Jiren's ribs with a raw cry of effort. The impact jarred Jiren's stance for a single breath, but a breath was enough. Goku twisted. Caulifla followed. Their auras spiraled together as they struck in unison. For the first time, Jiren slid backward with genuine force. The void rumbled. Goku stepped forward, not releasing Caulifla's hand for even a heartbeat. His aura flickered wildly, the silver edging spreading farther across his blue glow. It was still unstable, still incomplete, but no longer fleeting. It moved with purpose now, with direction, with her. Caulifla looked down at their hands, still linked, glowing faintly from the fused power surging between them. "Goku?" she whispered. "I think we're drawing power from each other." He nodded, breathing hard. "I know." Her voice dropped to something softer, something trembling. "Does that mean you feel what I feel?" Goku's breath hitched. Before he could answer, Jiren reappeared, faster than before, aura vibrating with fury. His fists slammed against their joined hands, trying to tear them apart by brute force. Their fingers tightened. Silver and gold exploded outward. The shock wave blew Jiren back 2 meters. Caulifla gasped. "We stopped him. Together." Goku smiled, small and breathless. "Feels right, doesn't it?" Her cheeks warmed, despite the blood trickling down her jaw. "Yeah, stupid as it is." Jiren rose from the rubble of shattered stone, dust swirling around his feet like storm clouds gathering around a mountain. His voice echoed across the void, quiet, dangerous, unshakable. "You believe that connection gives you strength." His aura deepened, red turning merely black at the edges. "Then I will take it from you." The world seemed to tilt. Goku's eyes widened. "Caulifla, get ready." Jiren didn't rush them this time. He didn't strike. Instead, he lifted one hand toward Caulifla and closed his fist. Her body convulsed. A scream tore from her throat as an invisible force crushed around her chest, her lungs locking in place. She dropped to one knee, losing her grip on Goku's hand as the crushing pressure forced her down.
Goku's panic exploded. "Stop it!" he roared, aura bursting to full brightness. Jiren didn't even look at him. "This is your weakness. She is your weakness."
Goku lunged, but Caulifla screamed, "Goku, don't!" He froze mid-stride, chest tightening. Her eyes were wide, terrified. Not of dying, not of Jiren, but of Goku breaking himself trying to save her. "Don't lose yourself," she whispered through clenched teeth. Goku's aura shattered into silver shards, raw, unstable energy flickering across his vision like lightning strikes. His hands shook violently. He wasn't just afraid, he was breaking. Caulifla gasped as Jiren increased the pressure. Her vision blurred, her heartbeat stumbled. Goku's voice cracked, desperate. "Let her go!" And then, something inside him snapped, not with rage, not with fear, but with clarity. Silver light erupted from him in a sudden, blinding flash that shook the remaining stone beneath their feet. Jiren's eyes widened. Whis leaned forward in pure fascination. Beerus whispered, "No, not now." Goku stepped forward, every movement perfect, effortless, instinctive. Ultra instinct, imperfect, incomplete, but real, ignited across his body like the first breath of a newborn star. He reached Caulifla and shattered Jiren's hold on her with a single, gentle touch. She collapsed into his arms, coughing, gasping, trembling. He held her tightly, forehead pressing to hers, breath shaking. "I've got you. I won't let anyone take you from me." Her arms wrapped weakly around his neck. And for the first time, Caulifla whispered the words she had been fighting since the moment their hands first met. "Goku, don't ever leave me." His breath trembled. "I won't." Their auras wrapped around each other like two celestial flames merging, as Jiren prepared to wipe them out in one final merciless strike. The void itself seemed to recoil from the power swelling inside Jiren. His aura ignited in a towering inferno of crimson black, the kind of destructive energy that didn't just shake the arena, but cracked the very silence around it. Even the floating debris shuddered, vibrating like frightened animals sensing a predator's footsteps. High above, the Grand Priest narrowed his eyes. Whis stopped smiling. Beerus rose to his feet. Below, Goku held Caulifla against his chest. Her fingers clawed weakly at his back, her breath still rapid, uneven from Jiren's crushing telekinetic grip. But she was alive, she was breathing, she was in his arms, and he wasn't letting go. Her forehead rested against his collarbone, trembling. "Goku, you broke his hold. How?" He pulled back just enough for her to see his eyes. Silver, unsteady, luminous, flickering between resolve and fear. The aura around him wasn't full ultra instinct, but the first true awakening of it. The kind that came not from rage or despair, but from something purer. Something he didn't yet understand. "I heard your voice, and everything just cleared." Her heart hammered painfully at his words, heat rising behind her eyes, breath tightening for an entirely different reason than before. Idiot, why does that make me feel? But she didn't finish, because Jiren moved. Not stepping, not rushing, he appeared, his presence collapsing the space between them like a gravitational anomaly. Caulifla's breath hitched. Goku shifted, pulling her behind him instinctively, the silver glow sharpening across his skin as every muscle prepared for the oncoming storm.
Jiren studied Goku's transformed state with cold interest. "You have awakened something incomplete," he murmured. "Dangerous, unstable." Goku didn't respond. His breathing steadied, his arms lowering into a stance that flowed with the instinct of water seeking its path. Caulifla's eyes narrowed. But even instability can be broken. His fist snapped forward, a strike faster than sound, faster than light, faster than instinct could ever warn. And Goku moved. He didn't think. He didn't plan. His body simply knew. He slipped under Jiren's punch with fluid ease, the air parting around him like he was weaving through currents only he could sense. Caulifla stared in awe. He wasn't fighting. He was gliding. Goku's palm pressed gently to Jiren's chest. A soft strike,
barely a touch. The impact sent a shockwave that hurled Jiren back a dozen meters, smashing him into a floating slab of arena stone so hard it cracked down the middle. Caulifla's jaw dropped. What, Goku, what was that? Goku exhaled, shaky, but calm. I don't know, it just felt like the right move. Ultra instinct. Not complete, not divine, but awakened by something. No training, no angel, no god had ever given him. A bond. Jiren rose from the rubble, dust cascading off his shoulders. For the first time, he said slowly, you are worth my full power. His aura erupted. Red turned white hot. Heat distorted the air. Space quivered like a fragile veil ready to tear. Goku positioned himself between Jiren and Caulifla, stance instinctive, eyes shimmering silver. Caulifla grabbed his arm. Her fingers dug into his skin. Goku, don't leave me behind again. He didn't turn. He didn't look away from Jiren, but he pressed his hand over hers, firm, grounding, warm. I'm not. She stepped closer until her breath hit his shoulder blade. Then let me fight with you. His chest tightened. You're hurt. So are you. Her aura flickered, weak, trembling, but she forced it higher, golden flames pushing through sheer will alone. I don't care, she whispered fiercely. I'm fighting beside you. Jiren blurred. He struck. This time, Goku didn't evade. He blocked, palm catching the blow with effortless precision, the impact sending silver ripples across his aura. Caulifla dashed from behind him, golden energy surrounding her fist, screaming as she launched a point-blank strike toward Jiren's ribs. Jiren blocked, but just barely. Goku shifted behind him, landing a perfect palm strike. Caulifla pivoted around, kicking Jiren's knee. Goku slid under a counterattack like a whisper of wind. Caulifla followed his rhythm, her movements syncing with his without thought. They didn't speak. They didn't look at each other. They simply moved in harmony. As if their bodies remembered the same heartbeat, Jiren found himself on the defensive. Blocks, parries, counterstrikes forced aside. Two warriors, broken, trembling, exhausted, fighting as one impossible force. Caulifla leapt upward, unleashing a blazing uppercut. Goku flowed beneath her, sliding into a spinning kick that landed a heartbeat after her strike. Their auras merged in a spiraling burst of gold and silver blue. The energy ripped through the void like a comet.
Jiren flew back again, this time crashing through two floating plates of arena stone before regaining his footing. He wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. For the first time, Jiren was bleeding. And he stared at them, at Goku glowing in incomplete divinity, at Caulifla burning with impossible defiance, with something unthinkable. Respect. And fear. You too, his voice vibrated across the void, are beginning to transcend your limits. Goku breathed hard, silver aura shivering. Caulifla stepped beside him, gold burning unsteadily but fiercely. Neither backed down. Neither let go. Jiren lowered his stance, aura intensifying like a sun preparing to collapse into a star-killing supernova. This ends now, he said. Goku's hand slid to Caulifla's again. Caulifla's fingers threaded through his without hesitation. The void itself seemed to hold its breath. And together, with bodies broken, hearts trembling, and destiny reshaping around them, they charged. The void howled as Goku and Caulifla charged. Their joined auras streamed behind them like a comet's tail, silver and gold twisting through the darkness in wild, luminous arcs. Jiren met them head-on, his own aura erupting like a dying star, the red glow so intense it carved cracks into the very air. The collision was cataclysmic. Light burst outward in a white shockwave, blinding the gods for a moment. When the glare faded, three figures moved in a blur,
too fast for mortal eyes, too fluid for mortal comprehension. Goku struck first, not with force, but with instinct. His body moved before his mind could form the command. His palm brushed past Jiren's guard and tapped the side of his neck, sending a ripple of silver through Jiren's aura. Jiren staggered one step. It wasn't damage, it was surprise. Caulifla dove forward in that opening, screaming through thin, pained breath as her fist swung upward. Jiren recovered instantly, blocking her punch with a forearm like iron. But Goku was already there. His hand closed around Caulifla's wrist and gently redirected her strike. Their combined momentum curved into a seamless arc, her punch flowing into a kick that landed squarely against Jiren's side. The impact shook the platform beneath them. Jiren hardened his stance, absorbing the blow, and retaliated with a thunderous punch that tore across the battlefield like a red meteor. Caulifla saw it, felt it, but her body couldn't move in time. Damn! Goku stepped between her and the strike, then stopped. His body didn't block, it slid. The punch brushed past him, missing by an impossible inch, carried aside by nothing but pure instinctual motion. His arm wrapped around Caulifla's waist, pulling her into a spin as Jiren's shockwave tore through the air where she'd been standing. Her breath caught in her chest as her back pressed against him. "Goku, you—" But she couldn't form the words. He didn't let go. They landed together, sliding back across the broken platform. Goku's silver aura flickered like candlelight under storm winds. Caulifla's golden glow pulsed unevenly, every beat of it fueled by raw will and something deeper, something she hadn't named yet. Jiren stepped forward, expression unreadable. "You have become dangerous." His aura flared, gathering into brutal concentric rings around him. But danger does not guarantee victory.
Caulifla staggered to her feet, wiping blood from her lips. "Keep talking! We'll make you eat those words!" Goku steadied her with a hand on her hip. She didn't push it away. She only leaned into him for a single heartbeat, just enough to catch her breath before stepping forward again. Jiren vanished. He reappeared behind them, too fast for thought, too fast for instinct, but not too fast for connection. Caulifla felt the shift in the air. Goku felt the tremor in her aura. They moved as one. They turned in perfect sync, hands clasping again, arms forming a braided shield of ki as Jiren's punch slammed into their combined defense. The impact cracked the skin on both their arms. Pain shot up Caulifla's shoulder. Goku's bones creaked under the force, but they held. And Goku whispered, breathless, awestruck, "Caulifla, do you feel it?" She nodded, biting back pain. "I can sense your movement before you move." "And I can feel yours," he replied softly. They separated, not breaking contact, but pivoting around their joined hands like dual spirals. Goku's heel struck Jiren's jaw. Caulifla's elbow crashed into his ribs. Goku ducked under a counterattack. Caulifla vaulted over Goku's shoulder, launching a fierce downward strike. Jiren caught her fist, but Goku caught Jiren's arm. Their combined ki flared, ripping Jiren's hold apart. He stumbled back. Jiren, the immovable mountain, stumbled. Whis' eyes widened. Beerus whispered with a tight jaw, "Impossible." Caulifla landed beside Goku again. Her breathing was ragged, but her eyes blazed. Goku was panting too, his incomplete ultra instinct flickering violently, threatening to break under the weight of exhaustion and emotion. Jiren lowered his stance. "I see now," he said quietly. "Your power is not born of love." Caulifla stiffened. Goku's breath caught. Jiren's eyes sharpened. "It is born of fear." Caulifla froze. Her aura faltered. Fear. Fear of losing Goku. Fear of seeing him fall. Fear of what she felt when she saw him hurt. Fear of the part of herself that she no longer recognized. Goku reached for her hand again,
But she hesitated. Only a fraction of a second, just a tremor. But Jiren saw it, and he struck. The punch came aimed directly at Caulifla, a straight-line blast carrying enough force to erase her from the platform. "No!" Goku roared. He shoved Caulifla away and took the hit full force. The shockwave detonated across his chest. His aura shattered. His body flew like a broken comet across the platform. Caulifla screamed, a sound that tore through the void. Goku hit the stone hard, rolling to a stop, his breath ripped from his lungs, blood spraying from his mouth. He didn't rise. Not this time. Caulifla forgot her injuries, forgot her fear, forgot the tournament, forgot everything except the sight of Goku lying motionless across the battlefield. Her eyes widened, her breath stopped, her heart snapped. "Goku!" She whispered it at first. Then louder. "Goku!" Then she screamed. "Goku!" Her aura exploded, gold becoming white hot, pain becoming fury, fear becoming destiny. The void trembled. A new power began to awaken inside her chest, violent, desperate, unstoppable, and Jiren stepped forward to finish the job. For a moment, the void seemed to forget how to breathe. Every god, every angel, every warrior watching froze in place as Caulifla's scream tore across the tournament of power like a blade scraping open the sky. The explosion of her ki was not golden. It was white gold, tinged with violent streaks of crimson, as if her aura itself was splitting under the weight of a feeling she had tried to outrun since the moment she met him. She didn't see the arena. She didn't see Jiren. She didn't hear the gasps of gods or the whisper of angels. She only saw Goku lying motionless on the cracked stone, blood slipping from the corner of his mouth, silver flickers dying across his skin, chest barely rising. The sight shattered something in her that had never broken before, not in battles, not in loss, not in failure. This was different. "Goku," she whispered, voice shaking, eyes burning with tears she refused to let fall. "Please, get up." He didn't move. Her breath hitched. Her aura raged. The wind around her became a cyclone, shredding loose stone, distorting the air, crackling like the edge of a storm breaking through heaven. Jiren watched her with an unreadable expression. He took one step forward. That single step snapped Caulifla's world into a new shape. "Don't," she hissed. Her voice wasn't loud, but the void trembled around it. Jiren paused, not from fear, but from recognition. He had seen emotion like this before, the kind that makes the weak unpredictable and the strong unstoppable. "Your reaction is irrational," Jiren said quietly. "Attachment brings only vulnerability." Caulifla's aura burst upward in a violent shockwave that cracked the platform beneath her feet. "Shut up!" She launched herself toward him, not with technique, not with strategy, but with raw, feral desperation. Her first punch blurred through the air, a comet of white gold fury. Jiren raised his arm to block, and the impact rattled him. For the first time since the fight began, Jiren's stance buckled. Not much, just a fraction, but enough to echo across the void like thunder. Caulifla screamed through clenched teeth, her voice shaking from pain and fury as she struck again, and again, and again. Each blow carried a memory. Goku's laugh, Goku's goofy grin, Goku pulling her back on her feet without hesitation, Goku saying, "I'm scared too," Goku whispering, "I won't let anyone take you from me." Every emotion she had been terrified to feel erupted at once. Fear, pain, rage, and something so fierce it burned her from the inside. Something she refused to name. Jiren caught her fist, but his hand trembled under the force of it. "You fight recklessly," he said, though there was strain in his voice. "This power, it is self-destructive." "Good!" Caulifla roared, slamming her head forward. Her forehead crashed into his with a crack that echoed across the heavens.
She staggered back, stars exploding behind her eyes, but Jiren actually took a step backward. The gods gasped. Beerus's tail bristled. That girl is going to break the arena in half! We smiled faintly. Not the arena, Lord Beerus. Herself.
Below, Caulifla lunged again. Jiren countered, appearing behind her in a blur. His strike shot toward the back of her neck. But she spun mid-air, grabbing his wrist and driving her heel into his elbow. A shockwave blasted outward. Jiren's arm jolted back from the impact. His eyes narrowed for the first time. She was hurting him. Not defeating him, but hurting him. Caulifla landed on the cracked platform, chest heaving, aura flaring in frantic bursts. Her vision blurred, but she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. Because behind her, lying on broken stone, was the one person she absolutely could not lose. Not now. Not ever. Jiren exhaled slowly, lowering his stance. You fight with your heart, but it blinds you. Caulifla snarled. You're damn right it does. Emotion will destroy you. Let it! Her screen cracked the void. She dashed forward, fist drawn back, aura exploding in a flaming pillar. But then, Jiren extended his palm, not in offense, in defense, as if bracing for something uncertain. Why do you fight so desperately? He asked. Caulifla's voice broke mid-strike. Because he matters to me! Jiren's eyes widened a fraction. But Caulifla didn't see it. She was already swinging. Her fist slammed into his guard, hard enough to create a crater beneath them. Jiren slid backwards several feet. The arena groaned. Caulifla dropped to one knee, clutching her ribs, gasping in agony. Her aura flickered violently. She was burning herself alive. And Jiren could see it. He lowered his guard. Your resolve is admirable, but futile. He raised his hand, a strike meant to knock her out, to end her. Caulifla didn't look away. She smiled, broken, defiant, terrified, alive. Goku, I'm sorry, she whispered. I wasn't strong enough. And then, a hand wrapped around Jiren's wrist. A silver glow spread across the limb. Jiren froze. Caulifla's eyes widened. The voice that followed was quiet, hoarse, trembling with pain, but filled with something fierce and undeniable. You'll have to go through me! Caulifla turned and saw Goku rising, slowly, unsteadily, covered in blood, but rising. Silver light poured from his eyes. His aura flowed behind him like a divine wind. Caulifla gasped, a sob breaking from her chest. Goku! He looked at her and smiled. You're not alone, he whispered. His aura skyrocketed. The void trembled, and Caulifla felt her heart collapse and ignite all at once, as Ultra Instinct reignited around him like a star reborn. The silver glow rising from Goku's body was not the calm, weightless serenity he had touched before. That version had been distant, like a dream of a mountain summit glimpsed far below from a drifting cloud. This version was raw, unstable, scarred by pain, fueled by something fierce and trembling and profoundly human. The divine light shivered across his skin, flickering like a candle in a storm. But it held. It held. Because he was not rising for destiny, not for pride, not for power.
He was rising for her. Caulifla's breath caught as she stared up at him from the shattered stone. Her vision blurred in a haze of pain and tears she didn't want him to see, but he saw everything, every tremble, every crack in her defenses, every drop of fear she tried to swallow. And he stepped between her and Jiren like it was the only thing his body knew how to do. Jiren slowly pulled his wrist free from Goku's grasp. The tremor in his arm betrayed how much force had been behind that grip. His expression shifted, no longer calm,
no longer ruthless. There was something new in his eyes. Caution. Son Goku, Jiren said, voice low. You rise again. Not in resolution, not in clarity. His gaze flicked toward Caulifla. But in attachment. Goku didn't look away from him, didn't blink, didn't hesitate. That's right. The simplicity of the answer hit Caulifla harder than any blast. Her heart stuttered painfully. She squeezed her eyes shut, teeth clenching as emotion tightened around her chest like a vice. She had heard Goku say many things without thinking. This was not one of them. Jiren's aura deepened. Attachment weakens you. Goku shook his head slowly. Then why does it keep making me stand back up? Jiren's jaw tightened. Caulifla forced herself onto shaking knees. Goku, don't push yourself for me. You'll die. He turned, kneeling beside her, cupping her face in a hand that trembled with exhaustion. His thumb brushed her cheek, soft, steady, terrifyingly gentle. Her breath hitched, her heart hammered, her thoughts shattered. Caulifla, you're the reason I'm still alive. Those words stole the air from her lungs. Before she could respond, before she could fall apart, Jiren attacked. He didn't rush, he didn't shout. He simply appeared behind Goku, fist aimed at his spine with enough force to break mountains. Goku moved like water, twisting, flowing, avoiding the strike by an inch that felt like eternity. His body was battered, bleeding, barely holding together, but Ultra Instinct guided him through pain the way starlight guides lost travelers. Caulifla could barely follow the movements, her vision swimming, but she saw one thing clearly. He never let himself drift far from her. Every step, every dodge, every counterstrike traced a protective arc around where she lay. Jiren noticed. You fight defensively, he said coldly, blocking a palm strike. You shield her at the cost of your efficiency. Goku didn't deny it. She's worth protecting. Caulifla's breath caught in her throat. Jiren struck forward with devastating force, a barrage of blows meant to crush Goku before he could recover. But Goku didn't falter. Not this time. Pain sharpened him, fear steadied him, connection propelled him. Every movement flowed, a reflection of divine instinct guided by human devotion. He weaved through Jiren's strikes, redirecting blows with ghost-like subtlety, turning each motion into a shield that kept Caulifla untouched. But Ultra Instinct was incomplete, and Jiren was relentless. A punch slipped through. It slammed into Goku's ribs, sending him skidding across the stone. His aura flickered violently. His breath tore from his lungs in a ragged gasp. Caulifla screamed his name, rage and terror intertwined. She tried to stand but collapsed again. Her palms hit the stone, nails digging into the cracks, blood dripping from her fists as she pushed upward. Goku, get up! He staggered to his hands and knees.
Jiren appeared above him, aura towering like an executioner's blade. You cannot defeat me. Not like this, not with incomplete power, not with a fractured mind. Goku lifted his head. His silver eyes burned. My mind isn't fractured. He pushed himself to his feet, swaying, bleeding, barely breathing. It's focused. He reached back, and Caulifla felt his hand searching for hers. She lifted her trembling arm, their fingers locked, and suddenly she could breathe again. Her aura flickered back to life, weak but burning. Jiren's eyes widened. Their ki rose together, swirling into a single spiraling vortex, silver and gold merging into luminous white. Caulifla felt warmth flood her chest, her pain dulling, her heartbeat synchronizing with his. Goku's aura flared violently, white sparks crackling across his frame. The gods leaned forward. Beerus whispered, "No, this is..." Whis smiled faintly. An evolution born from connection. Fascinating. Jiren lowered his stance. Then show me the resolve you cling to. Goku squeezed Caulifla's hand. She squeezed back. Their auras ignited, and they charged together. The void shivered as Goku and Caulifla charged, two broken souls burning brighter than they ever had whole. Their auras spiraled into a single streak of white fire, tearing across the battlefield with a sound like heaven cracking open. Jiren met them with a thunderous pulse of crimson aura, his muscles tightening, his eyes narrowing with absolute focus. The force of his power bent the fragments of the arena around him, drawing them into orbit like meteors circling a star. The collision came like destiny slamming shut. Goku flowed into Ultra Instinct's imperfect grace, his body slipping into movements he didn't think about, he simply knew them. Caulifla followed the rhythm without hesitation, her aura responding to his like a flame catching a gust, wild and alive. Jiren's fist shot toward Goku. Goku's body moved, Caulifla's body moved, and the punch missed by less than a hair. Jiren turned immediately, aiming to counterstrike Caulifla, but Goku was already there. His hand closed around her waist, pulling her just out of harm's path, her feet sweeping into a pivot that turned into a fierce counterkick aimed at Jiren's ribs. Her foot connected. The sound echoed like a cannon. Jiren slid back half a step. A small step. Barely noticeable, but a miracle nonetheless. Caulifla gasped, shocked by her own strength. Goku felt the tremor of surprise in her aura and smiled. That soft, open, devastating smile that always tore through her defenses. "You're amazing," he said, breathless. Her cheeks flushed, despite the blood streaking them. "Focus, you idiot!" But her voice quivered, and her heart raced faster. Jiren didn't give them time to feel anything more. His aura erupted outward in an explosion of red and black, sweeping across the void like a storm of ash and flame. Goku lunged in front of Caulifla, raising an instinctual barrier of silver light that split Jiren's shockwave in two. Caulifla pressed against his back, breath catching at the warmth radiating from him. "Goku!" He glanced over his shoulder.
Their eyes met, and the entire world seemed to quiet for one heartbeat. Then, Jiren moved. He struck with killing intent. A blur of red, a fist aimed at Caulifla's heart. Goku stepped around her, a motion so fluid it seemed like time bent around him, and caught Jiren's punch in a shimmering silver palm. The impact ripped cracks through the stone beneath them. Caulifla's voice broke. "Goku!" He grit his teeth, muscles trembling. "That's not happening." Jiren's other fist came swinging. This time, Caulifla met it head-on. Her scream tore from her lungs as her punch collided with Jiren's, the impact shaking the void, her aura flaring in a violent ring of gold and white. The three of them spun apart. Goku slid backward, heel carving a line through the shattered stone. Caulifla tumbled, catching herself on torn hands. Jiren landed with enough force to make the platform buckle. The energy hanging in the air was suffocating. Goku felt his legs shake. Caulifla tasted blood at the back of her throat. Neither of them was anywhere near their limit. They had crossed that ages ago. Now they were surviving on something else. Something raw. Something terrifying. Something beautiful. Jiren exhaled slowly. "You too are reckless. You throw your bodies into ruin for each other. That is not strength. That is desperation." Caulifla rose to her feet again, wobbling. "Shut up!" Jiren looked almost disappointed. "You are fighting while broken." Goku stepped beside her. "Yeah, but we're fighting together." Their hands found each other again, not fumbling, not searching,
but with perfect certainty. The connection burned. Their ki surged. Whis leaned forward, fascinated. Their energies, they are resonating. No fusion, no ritual, no technique. Pure emotional synchronization. Beerus growled. It's dangerous. Whis's smile deepened. And extraordinary. Below, Caulifla felt her strength return, not physically, but like her soul itself caught fire. She squeezed Goku's hand. He squeezed back. Their auras ignited. White and gold, silver and fire, heat and instinct. Jiren lowered into a stance so powerful the stone beneath him disintegrated into dust. "This is your final stand," he declared. Caulifla stepped forward. Her voice was hoarse, trembling, but fierce. "Then we'll make it count." Goku stepped with her. No hesitation, no fear. Only her. Together, they dashed. One heartbeat, one breath, one impossible force. Straight toward Jiren. And for the first time, Jiren braced. The universe narrowed to a single point. The moment when three titanic forces collided in a storm of light, instinct, and will. Goku and Caulifla struck first, their combined aura exploding into a torrent of silver-gold fire that spiraled in wild, living arcs behind them. Jiren met them like a mountain meeting a hurricane. His fists blurred, red pressure waves detonating outward with each strike. Goku flowed around them, moving with impossible subtlety, his body bending, swaying, slipping between punches that could shatter planets. Caulifla moved with him, her instincts sharpened not by divine technique, but by the fierce, trembling clarity of desperation. She didn't just anticipate Jiren. She mirrored Goku. Every pivot matched his. Every dodge followed the faint pull of his ki through her skin.
Their movements intertwined, not choreography, not training, but a resonance born in the instant she thought she had lost him forever. Their joined strike hit Jiren in the chest. The shock wave that followed cracked the entire remaining arena, fissures spiderwebbing outward in all directions. Jiren's boots dug into the stone, grinding it to dust. His body rocked backward, less than an inch, but enough to ignite an uproar among the gods. Vados leaned forward. What an astonishing synchronization. Champa clicked his tongue. That's talent from my universe, thank you. Beerus growled. It's only working because she's riding Goku's instinctual movements. Whis smiled. Perhaps. Or perhaps Ultra Instinct is responding to something Goku himself cannot articulate yet. Beerus shot him a glare. Whis said nothing more. Below, Jiren straightened. You fight as if your souls are tangled. He rushed forward. Goku met him, but Jiren wasn't aiming at him. His fists shot toward Caulifla. Goku reacted faster than thought, arms snapping up to block, feet skidding across scattered debris. Caulifla stumbled back, breath catching in her throat. Goku hissed from the sheer weight of the blow, silver aura flickering violently. Jiren's voice stayed cold. This attachment weakens your technique. Goku didn't answer. He couldn't. He was too busy surviving. Jiren pressed forward, punches falling like meteors, each one more precise than the last. Goku blocked one, dodged another, but Jiren was learning, adapting, testing the boundaries of Goku's incomplete instinct. He found the crack. Goku's defense faltered for half a heartbeat, and Jiren's strike slipped through, slamming into his side and sending him crashing across the arena.
Caulifla screamed, aura erupting violently as she launched herself at Jiren in a reckless arc. He turned toward her, red aura humming. "Stay out of this," he warned. "I can't!" She swung with everything she had. Jiren caught her fist. The pressure made her bones creak. Her knees buckled, her breath torn from her lungs as he lifted her off the ground by her wrist alone. Caulifla's teeth clenched, rage boiling, vision blurring. But before she could react further, Goku was there. He appeared in a flash of silver light, hand snapping onto Jiren's arm. The force of his grip made Jiren's eyes widen ever so slightly. "Let her go," Goku said, voice low, shaking with restrained fury. Jiren released her. Caulifla collapsed forward, straight into Goku's arms. Her forehead pressed against his chest for a single shuddering second before she pushed herself upright, trembling. Goku's hand lingered on her back, a protective reflex. Gentle, grounding. She hated how much she needed it. She loved how much it steadied her. Jiren watched them, expression unreadable. "So that is your truth. The connection between you grows stronger as your bodies fail." He lowered his stance. "Then I shall break it." Goku stepped in front of Caulifla again, but she grabbed his wrist.
"No," she whispered fiercely. "Not this time. We do this together." Goku hesitated. Her eyes blazed with a mix of fear and courage that shook him. He nodded. Their auras flared, silver intertwining with gold, sparking into white fire that swirled around them like a storm of stars. They moved. The arena shook as they surged toward Jiren, their steps synchronized, their breaths aligned, their keys singing in the same wild rhythm. Jiren answered with a roar, his aura detonating outward. 3 lights collided. Silver, gold, crimson. Each strike was a revelation. Goku slipping into instinct, Caulifla following without hesitation, Jiren countering with overwhelming force. But none of them backed down. Goku's palm slammed into Jiren's forearm, Caulifla's knee drove into his side. Jiren hammered them both backward with pure, brute power. They skidded across the stone and caught themselves in the same moment. Their eyes met, and they charged again. Jiren exhaled sharply, planting his feet. "You cling to emotion? Very well. Let us see which breaks first, your bodies or your conviction." He gathered his ki into a final terrifying strike. Goku and Caulifla mirrored each other, power surging higher, their joined aura now blinding white. They sprinted toward him. The void itself seemed to recoil. Jiren's aura swelled into a crimson inferno, every particle of energy bending toward him as though gravity had shifted. The tournament of power stage buckled beneath his feet, stone liquefying under the pressure. His eyes glowed with ruthless finality. This was no longer a battle. It was judgment. Opposite him stood Goku and Caulifla, their bodies battered past logic, their ki flickering like dying stars. And yet the light around them only grew brighter, whiter, more impossible. Their hands remained clasped, fingers interlocked with a quiet desperation neither of them dared acknowledge aloud. Goku's chest rose in slow, painful breaths. Caulifla trembled, barely standing. But their auras roared. Silver and gold spiraled together, forming a vortex that hummed with raw emotion, fear, hope, defiance, connection. It wasn't a fusion of techniques. It wasn't a ritual. It was 2 hearts finding the same rhythm in the face of oblivion. Even the Grand Priest's eyes narrowed in interest. Whis whispered to himself, "A resonance beyond technique. Fascinating indeed." Beerus crossed his arms tightly. They're going to tear themselves apart if they keep pushing like this. But he didn't look away. Below, Jiren moved. 1 step, that was all. The universe seemed to detonate. He vanished in a streak of red light and reappeared behind Caulifla, his fist already swinging toward the back of her skull. She didn't even have time to gasp. But Goku was faster.
Ultra Instinct seized control of his body, and he twisted around her, arms circling her waist as he spun, taking both of them out of Jiren's strike path by less than a whisper of space. The wind of the mist blow shredded the stone beneath them. Caulifla clung to him instinctively. Goku held her tighter.
They landed, and Goku's hand slid down her arm until he found her fingers again. He squeezed her hand once, firm, grounding, before turning back toward Jiren. "You won't touch her again." Caulifla's breath hitched. "Goku!" The way he said it, raw, unguarded, made her heart twist painfully. Jiren didn't pause. He lunged forward with a burst of speed that even the gods struggled to track. His fist came down like a meteor. Goku's body reacted on instinct, flowing with impossible grace as he redirected the blow with his palm. Caulifla stepped into the motion, her knee slamming upward into Jiren's midsection. Jiren grunted. A small sound, but a sound nonetheless. Caulifla's eyes widened. "I hit!" Jiren struck back instantly. His elbow swung viciously toward her face. Goku's hand snapped up inches from her skin. The impact sent a shock through his body, ribs cracking, blood spraying from his mouth, but he didn't release her hand, not for a second. Caulifla screamed his name as Jiren lifted his free arm and swung down again, this time aiming for both of them. Goku braced. Then Caulifla moved. She stepped in front of him. Her aura flared, gold merging with his silver in a burst of defiant white light as she raised her arms to block a blow that should have erased her. The impact shook her entire skeleton. Her vision went white, pain exploded through her bones, but she stayed standing. Jiren staggered back slightly, eyes narrowing. Caulifla gasped, coughing blood, legs threatening to give out. Goku caught her before she could fall. "Why? Why did you?" he choked out. She forced a shaky grin. "Because you keep doing it for me. About time I returned the favor, idiot." Their foreheads almost touched. Goku's breath trembled. His aura flared violently, responding to her boldness like a spark catching a wildfire. Jiren exhaled slowly. "I see. You draw strength from each other, but strength built on emotion breaks under pressure." His aura erupted, preparing a final devastating attack. The gods leaned forward. The Grand Priest raised a hand. "If he releases that strike, the arena may not hold," Whis murmured. Goku and Caulifla stepped closer, hands tightening. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. Their keys spiraled upward, merging into a pillar of blinding white that tore the darkness apart. The stage cracked, the void hummed, the entire tournament shook as if straining to contain a new, impossible phenomenon. Goku's voice came out low, steady, shaking with exhaustion and emotion. "We're not afraid of breaking." Caulifla whispered, "We're afraid of losing each other." Their combined aura erupted, white-hot, uncontained, alive. Jiren vanished again. Goku and Caulifla moved. Their combined punch met Jiren's at the center of the arena, and the universe exploded into light. Shock waves tore outward, shredding the platform, ripping through the void like a supernova. Every warrior shielded their eyes. Even the gods winced. For a moment, no one could see anything. Only light and the echo of three voices strained beyond their limits.
When the glare finally faded, three silhouettes stood in the dust. Jiren, Goku, Caulifla, all unmoving, all shaking, all on the brink of collapse. But only one figure began to fall. Goku. His knees buckled, and Caulifla caught him before he hit the ground. Her arms wrapped around him, pulling him into her, her voice cracking with fear she could no longer hide. "Goku! Goku, stay with me!" His silver aura flickered like dying embers. He looked up at her with soft, fading eyes. "Don't let go." Then his head fell forward against her shoulder, and his aura vanished. Caulifla's scream ripped through the void. Again. But this time,
It wasn't fear. It was rage. Silence swallowed the void. Not the peaceful kind, but the suffocating stillness that follows a star's collapse when even light forgets how to move. Caulifla held Goku against her chest, his weight heavy, his breath faint, his aura extinguished. Her hands shook violently around him, her heart pounding so hard it hurt. His gi was torn, his skin burned and bleeding, and when she pressed her forehead to his, she felt nothing but cold sweat. "Goku, please!" Her voice cracked as if breaking open her ribs. "Don't do this! Don't leave me here!" He didn't respond. His chest rose only slightly, trembling with each fragile breath. It wasn't enough. It wasn't close to enough. Jiren watched her quietly, his aura still burning around him, though dimmed from the clash. For the first time since the tournament began, he did not advance. His expression, usually stone, softened with something approaching solemnity. This is the consequence of relying on another. Caulifla lifted her head, eyes blazing with fury through tears she refused to let fall. "You don't get to talk about him." Jiren closed his eyes for a brief moment, perhaps in respect. "Your resolve is impressive, but emotion will not restore his strength." "Shut up!" She cradled Goku closer, fingers trembling across the curve of his jaw. His skin was warm, but too warm, like a fever burning through a body already past its limit. "Goku, wake up! I still need you!" His eyelids didn't flutter. His breath didn't stabilize. His ki didn't rise. Nothing. Caulifla's throat tightened. "Damn it! Come on! Wake up! You promised!" She remembered the words he whispered not long ago. "You're not alone. You'll have to go through me. I won't let anyone take you." Promises that now felt like blades lodged in her chest. Something inside her snapped. Her aura ignited, but not like before. Not gold, not white. A deep, violent shade of purple gold erupted from her spine, spiraling upward in jagged bursts. The gods recoiled. The stone beneath her cracked into molten shards. Even Jiren took one step back, eyes narrowing. Whis inhaled. That is not a Super Saiyan evolution." Beerus leaned forward. That's willpower. Pure, unrefined, destructive will." The aura rose higher, fueled by pain, by fear, by something she could no longer name. She didn't want more power. She didn't care about victory. She wanted one thing. Goku breathing. Goku opening his eyes. Goku smiling that stupid, gentle smile that made her chest tighten in ways she wasn't ready to understand. But the universe didn't give her that. So Caulifla stood.
Goku's body rested carefully on the ground, her hands lingering on him for a final heartbeat before she turned toward Jiren. Her eyes were wild, not enraged, not unhinged, determined. "You hurt him," she said quietly. Jiren's aura pulsed. "He chose this fight, as did you." "No," Caulifla whispered. "You don't understand." Her aura exploded outward. "You don't get to take him from me." She dashed. Not like before, not with reckless fury, with singular, lethal focus. Jiren raised his guard, but Caulifla didn't stop. Her fist slammed into his abdomen with such force his aura cracked like glass. Jiren coughed, staggering back a step, not from pain, but from shock. Her eyes glowed with fire. Her aura whipped around her like a living storm. Her voice shook the arena. "He saved me, over and over. He believed in me when I didn't. He stood up even when it killed him." Her fist crashed into Jiren's jaw. A second shockwave tore apart what remained of the platform. "And you think I'm gonna let him die in front of me?" Jiren countered with a devastating blow toward her ribs, but Caulifla didn't dodge. She grabbed his wrist mid-strike and wrenched him down, slamming her knee into his face. Blood struck the air. Jiren's composure broke.
You fight with grief, he said, sliding back. It will consume you. Caulifla shook her head. No, I'm fighting because I care. Her aura surged brighter, bright enough to drown out Jiren's red flames. The spectators leaned forward, breath held, as the impossible seemed to unfold. Caulifla, broken, shaking, battered, was pushing Jiren back, step by step, blow by blow, driven by the agony of losing Goku. Jiren wiped the blood from his lip, his eyes sharpened, respectful. Then come. He unleashed a tidal wave of ki. Caulifla roared and charged through it. Their fists collided, and the entire stage detonated into blinding white light. The gods shielded their eyes. The arena groaned like a dying world. The void trembled. When the dust finally began to settle, two figures remained standing. Barely. Jiren, Caulifla. Both shaking, both at their absolute limit. And between them, unmoving on the ground, lay Goku. Caulifla whispered his name. Everything. Goku's life. The match. Their bond. And the fate of both universes balanced on the edge of a single fading heartbeat. The dust settled, like falling ash. Slowly, painfully, the Tournament of Power stage revealed itself, a fractured crescent of stone suspended in a void that had grown eerily quiet, as though the cosmos itself was holding its breath. Caulifla stood at the center of that silence, shaking violently, every breath a ragged gasp. Her golden-purple aura sputtered around her like a dying flame. New cracks ran across her arms and ribs, her vision blurred in and out of focus. But she stayed standing. She had to. Across from her, Jiren straightened, shoulders rising and falling with slow, controlled breaths. His aura flickered like a blood-red ghost, far dimmer than before. For the first time in the entire tournament, exhaustion touched his eyes. He wasn't untouched. He wasn't invincible.
And Caulifla had done that. But none of that mattered. Her gaze never left the broken body behind her. Goku's. He lay on the uneven rubble where she had set him, chest rising only slightly, eyes closed, silver sparks gone from his skin. His hair lay limp against the stone. His hand, once warm, strong, alive, now rested beside him unmoving. A sound escaped Caulifla's throat, half sob, half snarl, the sound of someone holding themselves together by a single thread. She wiped blood from her mouth, turned back toward Jiren. He spoke first. "Your strength has grown," he said quietly, "but it is not enough. Not without him." Caulifla flinched. A shudder of grief carved through her. She forced it down, dousing it in rage, in defiance, in pure will. "You're wrong." Her voice was hoarse, trembling, but it did not break. Jiren tilted his head. "Is that so?" Caulifla stepped forward. One step. Then another. Her legs shook violently, threatening to buckle. Every fiber of her being screamed to collapse. But she walked anyway, because Goku had risen for her. Again and again, even when it broke him, it was her turn. "When I first saw him," she said, her voice dropping to a raw whisper, "I thought he was an idiot." Jiren stiffened at the tone, not weak, not unstable, but deeply, painfully honest. Caulifla kept going. "He smiled at me like I wasn't a rival. Like he wasn't someone he had to beat." Her aura flickered, trembling with memory. "He looked at me like I mattered." The edge of her voice cracked. Jiren frowned slightly, saying nothing. "So, if you think I'm gonna let him die here, you're wrong." Her head rose, eyes blazing through tears she no longer tried to hide. "I'm going to win. For him, for me, for my universe. I don't care what it takes." Jiren's expression changed, barely,
but enough to hint at something almost like emotion, a flicker of recognition, a ghost of an old ache. "You fight like someone who has lost before," he said, voice low. Caulifla froze. Jiren closed his eyes. "I will show you what true resolve looks like." His aura flared, a deep, boiling red that shook the foundations of the arena. Caulifla braced herself. But then, her ears caught something. A breath. A faint inhale. Behind her. Her heart nearly stopped. She swept around. Goku's fingers twitched. Then, a soft, pained groan escaped his lips. Caulifla. Her entire body broke at once. Relief, hope, terror, love she refused to name. All of it shattered through her chest like light punching through darkness. She dropped to her knees beside him, hands cupping his face. His eyelids trembled, then lifted just barely, revealing dull, exhausted eyes clouded with pain but undeniably alive. He focused on her through blurry vision. "You're still standing," he whispered weakly, a tiny smile trying to form. Caulifla couldn't breathe. She leaned down until our forehead touched his. "Of course I am. I'm not letting you go."
Jiren's aura roared behind them, a warning that the final clash was seconds away. But for this heartbeat, this single fragile moment, the universe felt small enough to hold in two trembling hands. Goku lifted one of his. It brushed her cheek, weak but deliberate. "Don't push yourself alone." Caulifla swallowed hard. "I'm not alone. Not while you're still breathing." He exhaled shakily. "I'll help, even if it's just a little." Then his fingers found her wrist, and a faint shimmer of silver ki passed into her. It wasn't much, barely a spark, but to her it felt like heaven opening. Jiren stepped forward. The moment ended. Caulifla rose slowly, fire returning to her aura, the pale spark of Goku's ki merging with her own. Her eyes hardened, and she whispered, "Stay with me, Goku. I'm ending this." She turned back toward Jiren. He lifted his fists. So did she. The void began to pulse. Each throb of pressure felt like the heartbeat of some ancient titan buried beneath the arena. Slow, resonant, the promise of something irreversible. Caulifla stood in the center of that pulsing quiet, her aura slowly rebuilding around her, trembling at the edges, yet rising with stubborn, furious determination. Behind her, Goku pushed himself onto one elbow. He shouldn't have been able to move, not with those wounds, not with his ki drained to embers. But he moved anyway, because she was still fighting, and because a bond once awakened never truly goes silent. His hand slipped once, knuckles scraping stone. He hissed in pain, but he didn't fall. His eyes, clouded with exhaustion, shaking, never left her back. Never left her. Caulifla's aura flickered violently, purple-gold embers spinning upward through the darkness like fireflies caught in a hurricane. She tilted her head slightly, sensing Goku's struggle behind her. "Idiot," she whispered under her breath. "I told you not to move." But the softest smile tugged at the corner of her lips. She stepped forward, and the stone beneath her cracked, spiderweb fractures spreading outward as if the arena itself was recoiling from the weight of her resolve. Across from her, Jiren watched in complete silence. No arrogance, no disdain, only focus. "You stand again," he said, voice carrying a strange mixture of respect and warning. "But your body is failing." Caulifla spat blood onto the ground. "Good. Means I'm getting warmed up." Jiren's eyes narrowed. "This is no longer pride. It is self-destruction." "No," she said,
taking another step. It's survival. Her aura flared, not like a normal power-up, not steady or controlled. Her ki burned wild and uneven, bursting in jagged flares like unstable lightning. Each surge made her wince from pain, but she forced the aura higher through sheer will. She stepped again. The stone split beneath her heel. Whis tilted his head. Her ki is tearing her apart. Beerus grunted. Yet she forces it to obey. Champa leaned forward, gripping the rail. Look at her, Whis. She's fighting like her entire soul is on fire.
Whis smiled faintly. Because it is. Back on the stage, Jiren shifted into a defensive stance. He had seen warriors fight with rage. He had seen warriors fight with pride. He had seen warriors fight with fear. But this was something deeper. Caulifla charged. Her aura burst behind her in a shockwave that nearly threw Goku off the platform. The speed of her sprint cut the air into shreds of golden purple light. Jiren didn't move. He waited, timing her approach, calculating her angle, predicting her attack. But Caulifla did something she had never done before. She vanished mid-step. Not teleportation, not technique. Speed. Pure, desperate, self-shattering speed. She reappeared beside Jiren with her fist already swinging. He barely raised his arm in time to block. The impact shook the arena, forcing Jiren's feet to grind backward through the stone. Caulifla didn't care. She pressed harder. Her fists blurred, each blow fueled by every emotion she had denied herself since arriving in this strange universe. Fear, anger, hope, and the deepest one. The one she didn't understand yet. The one she felt every time she looked at the broken Saiyan behind her. Jiren countered with a brutal punch to her ribs. Something cracked. She staggered, but didn't fall. She spat more blood, shaking. Goku's voice broke the air behind her. "Caulifla, stop pushing so hard!" She ignored him, or maybe she heard him too clearly. Because she whispered, under her breath, "I can't stop. Not while you're watching!" Jiren's fist crashed toward her face. She didn't dodge. She moved toward him. Her forehead slammed into his fist. The impact carved a crater beneath them, dust erupting around their locked forms. Caulifla's vision flickered, her knees buckling, but her hands moved. She grabbed Jiren by the forearm and screamed. Her aura erupted in a violent explosion, raw and uncontrolled, throwing both of them backward. She rolled across the stone, coughing blood, her body refusing to rise. Jiren slid across the platform, digging his heels in, stopping inches from the edge. The gods gasped. Goku's voice cracked. Caulifla! She didn't move. Not at first. Then, a hand pressed to the ground. Her fingers curled, her legs trembled. Slowly, agonizingly, she pushed herself back up. Her breaths were ragged, her body barely holding together. But she rose. Jiren's voice echoed across the stage. "Why? Why do you persist past your limits?" Caulifla lifted her head, eyes blazing through the tears. "Because someone believed in me." Her gaze flicked back to Goku, just for a second, but it was enough. Her aura roared back to life. "And I refuse to let that belief die!" Jiren lowered into a stance. His red aura flared. So be it. Caulifla steadied herself. Her aura circled upward like a wounded comet preparing to impact a star. The void dimmed, as if the very fabric of space feared what was about to unfold.
Caulifla steadied her stance on trembling legs, purple-gold lightning snapping around her like unstable chains of fate.
Her skin stung with every pulse of ki, burning, splitting, healing, then burning again. She barely noticed anymore. Pain had become the rhythm of her heartbeat. Her heartbeat had become the rhythm of her resolve. Jiren stood across from her, silent, austere, unyielding. His aura surged in steady pulses, cold, controlled, disciplined. Where Caulifla was a wildfire, Jiren was a monolith carved from indestructible stone. Their auras collided long before their bodies did. A thin layer of the arena floor disintegrated between them under the pressure. Behind Caulifla, Goku clung to consciousness, half upright, swaying like a candle pushed too close to the wind. His fingers dug into the broken stone as he forced himself to watch her fight. He knew she was destroying herself. He knew she was burning her life force for strength. He knew she couldn't make it alone. And yet, she fought, because he was still breathing. Caulifla, his voice scraped out, thin and strained. Please, don't do this alone. She didn't turn, but her fingers twitched, barely, just enough to show she heard him. Then she whispered, I'm not. And her aura thundered. She charged first. Her speed tore the air. Jiren answered with a burst of red energy that cracked like thunder. They collided, and the world erupted. Caulifla's fist slammed into Jiren's forearm. Jiren's counterstrike tore across her cheek, sending a spray of blood into the void. She didn't blink, didn't back away. She drove forward again, eyes blazing, screaming with the fury of a heart too full and a body breaking beneath it. Jiren retaliated with machine precision, each strike a ruthless equation, each counter a perfect dismantling of her stance. But Caulifla had abandoned the logic of fighting. She fought with something Jiren could not predict, something he could not calculate, something he had spent his entire life fearing: emotion. Her punches were erratic, reckless, raw, but every third or fourth strike landed with impossible force. A shoulder to his jaw, a knee to his ribs, an elbow crashing into his guard hard enough to jar his stance. Jiren growled, his eyes sharpened. He swept her legs out from under her with a brutal kick. Caulifla hit the ground, air bursting from her lungs. Before she could rise, Jiren blasted her with a point-blank shockwave that sent her skidding across the arena. She slammed into debris hard enough to crack stone. Her body went limp for a moment. Goku cried out hoarsely, "Caulifla!" She didn't move. Fear clawed into Goku's chest, icy and suffocating. He tried to crawl toward her, dragging himself across the broken arena. Every inch ripped another groan from his throat. Whis watched closely. Goku's ki. It's rising again. Beerus snapped. Impossible. He's done. No. Whis's eyes glimmered. Something is calling to him. Down below, Caulifla finally stirred. She coughed once, blood dripping down her chin. Her hand dragged across the stone. Her elbow locked. Her leg braced.
And she rose. Barely, but she rose. Jiren stared at her with something bordering on disbelief. You cannot continue this. She spat blood and grinned. Watch me. Her aura flared violently, but this time, something strange happened. A faint silver shimmer flickered across it. Caulifla didn't see it. Jiren didn't see it, but Goku did. His eyes widened. That's my ki? His silver ki, thin and flickering, wrapped itself around Caulifla like moonlight seeping into her flames. Not a transformation, not ultra instinct, a resonance. Their energies intertwined, two exhausted souls refusing to let the other fall. Caulifla staggered into her stance again, breathing sharp, shallow, pained breaths. Jiren lowered his fists. You endanger your own life. For what? This time, Caulifla answered without hesitation. For him. The void went still. Jiren's expression tightened, not in anger, but in wounded recognition. Attachment, he murmured. That was the weakness that crushed my world. Caulifla stared at him through hazy eyes. Then let me show you something. Her aura burst upward, silver-gold flames roaring so high they brushed the ceiling of the void. Attachment isn't weakness. She bent forward, legs shaking, teeth clenched, heart burning. It's why I'm still standing. She dashed. Jiren met her. Their fists collided, and the shockwave shattered the arena in half. Stones split, light erupted, air vanished. The force blasted Goku backward, but he dug his fingers into the stone, refusing to be thrown off the stage. The gods shielded their eyes. The void screamed. When the light faded, two silhouettes remained in the crater. Jiren, on one knee. Caulifla, barely standing, swaying, blood dripping down her chin, eyes clouded with pain. But still conscious. Still fighting. Goku let out a shaky, broken laugh. She did it. Caulifla's gaze wavered, unfocused. She could barely see anymore. Everything was sound and light and pain. But she heard one thing clearly. Caulifla, Goku's voice, raw, terrified. Come back, please. Her knees buckled, but she caught herself. She forced her head up, and she saw Jiren rising again. Her heart sank. Her body screamed. Her voice cracked. Her aura flickered. But she stood. Jiren wiped blood from his lip. This battle is not over. Caulifla whispered. Fine. She stepped forward. One more round. And then her vision went black at the edges. She didn't fall yet, not yet, but she was seconds from collapse. The arena was no longer a battlefield. It was a graveyard of broken stone, swirling dust, and fading auras, a suspended ruin drifting in an ocean of stars. Caulifla stood at the center of it all, swaying like a flame on its last breath, purple gold energy clinging to her skin in trembling fragments, flickering against the crushing gravity of exhaustion. Every nerve screamed. Every heartbeat felt like it might be her last. But she didn't fall. Across from her, Jiren straightened fully, wiping a final trace of blood from his lip. His aura pulsed once, deep, red, and resolute. He had taken damage. He was tired, but he was far from finished. His gaze locked onto Caulifla. There is nothing left in your body that can sustain you.
She smirked weakly through cracked lips. Good. Now we're even. Behind her, Goku forced himself upright, his spine curbing with pain as he pushed off the shattered ground. His breath was shallow, broken. Every movement sent agony ripping through him. But he still rose. He rose because Caulifla was still standing. He rose because the thread between them refused to break. He rose because her name was still inside his heartbeat. She sensed him before she heard him. Caulifla. His voice trembled. Let me help. She didn't look back. If she did, she might break. I know, she whispered. I feel you. Her aura flickered, and a soft silver shimmer spread through it again. Goku's ki. Weak, fading, but real. Jiren noticed. So, that is it. He is lending you the last of his strength. Caulifla didn't deny it. Call it whatever you want, but it's enough to beat you. Jiren lowered his stance. No, it is enough to die on your feet. Caulifla grinned, bloody and fierce. Then I'll pick that death. She charged. Her first step cracked the platform. Her second shook the void. Her third, she vanished. Jiren pivoted, blocking her strike at the last possible instant. The clash triggered a shockwave that blasted both fighters backward. Caulifla rolled across the stone, smashing into a chunk of debris, coughing violently as blood spilled down her chin. But she rose again. Jiren rushed her, closing the distance in an instant. His fist swung. She ducked, staggered, countered with a wild upward strike that scraped across Jiren's chest. It barely did damage, but it pushed him back one step. One step was enough. Caulifla's eyes burned. Her vision blurred. She screamed and threw another punch. Jiren blocked and answered with a sweeping kick that sent Caulifla crashing onto her back, air exploding out of her lungs. She gasped, a broken, wheezing sound. Goku took a step forward. "Stop!" she cried, voice snapping like a whip. "Don't move!" He froze. Tears welled in the corners of his eyes. "But Caulifla, I'm not losing you!" she shouted, pushing herself up on shaking elbows. "So stay back!" Her voice cracked, half desperation, half command, wholly terrified. She dragged herself upright again. Jiren approached slowly. "This is over." Caulifla wiped sweat and blood from her eyes. "I decide when it's over." Her aura flickered like a candle about to die. Jiren exhaled. "Very well." He blasted forward, aiming to finish it. Caulifla braced for impact, but it never came. A blur of silver slammed between them. Goku, not fully Ultra Instinct, not even close. Just Goku, broken, trembling, refusing to stand down. He caught Jiren's arm with both hands. His knees buckled, his ribs cracked, his aura shattered, but he didn't let go. Caulifla's scream tore through the void. "Goku, no!" He turned his head toward her. His voice was faint, but steady. "I won't let him hurt you." Their eyes locked.
And Caulifla felt something split open inside her. Not her body, not her limit, her heart. She ran toward them. Jiren's aura flared, blasting Goku backward, but Caulifla caught him before he hit the ground. Their chests collided, their arms fell around each other, their ki tangled like dying flames seeking warmth. "Caulifla," Goku whispered, breath ghosting her ear. "I'm sorry. I couldn't. I wanted to help." She pressed her forehead to his. Her voice trembled like a mountain cracking apart. "Then don't leave me," she whispered. "Stay right here. Stay with me." Her aura exploded. Goku's silver sparks merged with her purple gold fire. Their hearts beat once, twice, in perfect sync, and the void trembled. Jiren stepped back, eyes widening. Impossible. Because Caulifla's aura was no longer Caulifla's alone. It was white, radiant, blinding, alive. The merge of two exhausted souls fighting as one, power born not from technique, but from connection. And Caulifla stepped forward, carrying Goku's weight, his arms still around her. Not fusion, not transformation, a shared will. She whispered, "This ends now." And the universe answered with light. The light swallowed everything, not harsh, not scorching. It was warm, a white radiance born of two broken warriors whose wills refused to die. Caulifla stood at the center of that light, Goku leaning against her, his arms still loosely around her shoulders. Their breaths were uneven, ragged, painful, but synchronized. Their ki,
What little remained wove together in a trembling thread of silver and gold. Everyone watching felt it. The gods, the angels, the universes awaiting erasure. This was no transformation, no divine technique, no surge of latent Saiyan evolution. It was a resonance between two souls who refused to fall apart from each other. Whis whispered, awe softening his voice. Fascinating, not power born of instinct or rage, but alignment. Beerus narrowed his eyes. Sappy, ridiculous. He leaned forward, yet somehow terrifying. Jiren stared at the two Saiyans standing before him. He had fought gods, he had fought monsters, he had fought demons within himself, but he had never fought this, two hearts beating with one will. He steadied his stance. This miracle of yours, it changes nothing. Caulifla wiped blood from her mouth with the back of her hand. It changes everything. Goku lifted his head, eyes half open, silver flickering faintly in the irises. His hands trembled where they rested against her shoulders. Caulifla, I'll give what I can. You lead. She smirked through cracked lips. That's a first? He breathed a broken laugh. Don't get used to it. Their moment was brief. Jiren blurred forward. The impact of his first step shattered the stone beneath him, propelling him toward them with enough force to tear the void. His fist swung toward Caulifla with crushing finality. And she moved. Not with speed, not with ultra instinct, with intuition, guided by the thin silver flicker of Goku's consciousness brushing against hers.
She ducked under the punch by a hair, pivoting on broken ankles that screamed in protest. Jiren's fist grazed her cheek, drawing blood, but she used the momentum to spin, dragging Goku with her as she redirected his body away from the blow. The movement was imperfect, messy, desperate, but it worked. She countered with a palm strike filled with everything she had left. Jiren blocked, but the force still pushed him backward. A murmur spread across the stands. Is she pushing him back? No way! That's Jiren! Caulifla didn't let up. She moved again, this time guided by the faint silver pulse in Goku's ki, aligning with her instincts in fragile harmony. Their breaths matched. Their heartbeats matched. Their pain matched. Jiren met her strike for strike. A red aura flared as he unleashed a barrage that cracked the air like thunder. Caulifla's arms burned as she blocked the first blow, then the second. Then she winced, nearly buckling under the third. Goku's hand tightened weakly on her shoulder. Left. She shifted left, just enough, and Jiren's next strike missed her ribs by inches. Caulifla launched upward with a desperate rising knee that slammed into Jiren's sternum. He grunted, stepping back, aura flaring in shock. He had felt that. He hadn't expected to, but Caulifla's body was failing fast. She staggered, caught herself, and steadied with a gasp. Her vision doubled. Every breath tasted like iron. Goku leaned against her harder, barely conscious. "I'm here," he whispered. She didn't know if he meant encouragement or apology. She didn't care. His presence was enough. Jiren's aura doubled in size, shaking the arena violently. "You fight on borrowed strength. This ends in the next exchange." Caulifla lifted her fists, trying to keep them steady. "Fine by me." They charged. The collision was the largest yet. Space rippled. The arena buckled. Energy flared upward like a second sun. Caulifla struck with everything left in her soul. Jiren struck with everything left in his resolve. Their fists collided, and Caulifla's arm cracked. She screamed, but she didn't stop. With a roar torn from the deepest part of her chest, she poured the last of her ki through her broken limb, channeling Goku's faint silver glow into one final surge. Their combined aura ripped outward in a spiraling burst of light. Jiren staggered. His stance faltered. His aura sputtered. For the first time, he fell to one knee. The void gasped. Caulifla collapsed at the same moment. Only Goku's arms around her kept her from hitting the ground. Her vision dimmed. Her heartbeat slowed. She couldn't breathe. Goku's forehead pressed weakly to hers. His whisper trembled. "Caulifla, no, stay with me." She couldn't answer. Her body felt too heavy, her senses too dull. Only their connection remained, the thin silver thread tying her to him, refusing to let either of them die alone. Jiren rose slowly, panting, eyes burning with something that was not contempt, but sorrow. "You are strong," he said softly. "Stronger than I have ever seen." His fists tightened. "But it is over." He stepped forward, one final blow ready.
Goku's aura flickered in panic. "No!" Cauliflower's fingers twitched. Barely. Her eyes opened, just a sliver, filled with fire burning through tears. "No!" she rasped. "This fight isn't over." With the last shred of her life, she pushed Goku behind her, protecting him with her own body. And Jiren's final punch descended. Light erupted, a flash that swallowed all sound, all vision, all breath. Silence. Then, a soft gasp, Goku's gasp, and Cauliflower fell into his arms. Barely conscious, barely breathing, but alive. The arena shook as the dust cleared, revealing Jiren standing at the very edge of the platform, his fist lowered, his foot having slid inches from elimination. And behind him, a crater where Cauliflower's final defiance had detonated. Goku held her close, tears falling freely. "You did it, Cauliflower! You really did!" Her fingers curled weakly around his wrist. I didn't do it alone." The Grand Priest lifted his staff. "The final outcome approaches." The cosmic silence deepened.